Wait, where are the two quests? Okay. I guess we'll do Unexpected Ambition first. Tataru is learning Arcanima. Go make sure she's cool. Wow, okay. Sure. We will help Tataru become the most powerful mage ever! After me, obviously. We will be the most powerful. None shall ever be suffered to be as powerful as we. Hey, Ross. Also, I can't believe you'd pick Balana. For shame. Hey, Tataru. Lore, what are you doing here? I think that's fairly self-evident. I didn't mean for you to worry. It's the last thing I wanted. Putting an end to worries is the reason I'm here. I need more power. Because I have turned into, not Dante, Virgil. Gamers LP has also turned into Virgil. Why have you done this, Gamester LP? Why? It's okay. We will ensure that you have all the power. Thank you, as always, for the sub. If you do happen to know where you want to put it, please let me know. Excuse me? I want to talk to you about your new, person. Yes, an arcanist of your experience must see her potential is somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, she would not be denied, and goes now to undertake her first trial, a simulated inspection of 3 crates. Doubtless you recall receiving the similar training. A thought occurs. Why not oversee her training yourself? Given your relationship with your girl and your familiarity with the task, I think you're an ideal choice. You need only go to the cliffs south of the Zephyr Gate as before and observe from a distance. Hey look, it's that quest we did, except only if we were that class. But we happened to do that quest, so we happen to be able to have a different opinion here. Republic Commando. You got it. In terms of... FF15 sucks. In terms of your... I actually have a fairly lengthy and involved opinion on FF15, but... The problem with FF... Okay. Hang on, that's a good question. So let's start with the obvious. I pity and I sympathize with the developers of FF15. I really do. But I do have to admit that FF15 at the end of the day does kind of suck. It has some really great moments, some surprisingly good characters, some great dialogue, and a lot of care and consideration in several aspects of it. And then there's the rest of it. When I actually reviewed FF15, I gave, like, the outro on several axes multiple negatives just for how much it was just the whole way through. You can quote me on that. And yeah, it was just so mismanaged. That's why I feel so bad for the actual devs. That's gotta suck. Thank you, Rax, very much. One of these days, I know this is going to sound like a strange statement. I'm sorry, I put that towards Pokemon Arceus. One of these days, I want to develop a game, if that makes any kind of sense. Not because, I mean, partially because I want the experience in making a game, obviously, but partially because I want the experience in managing a game. I've actually done a lot of management in my life of various types and styles, and I admit I have a bad habit, which I'm not sure how well it would serve me in that kind of a space, of presuming that people know what they're doing and just kind of letting them do it. I'm more hands-off than hands-on, to put it simply. I am not a micromanager. But that can be a bad thing under some circumstances. Every now and again, you need to be like, all right, look, like, let's use the raid space for just an example. When I was raid leading, at one point in my life, and I hate to go to probably the pinnacle of my raiding career, but this is a great example. At one point, I had to tell the other tank how to do their job on a point-by-point, second-by-second basis while accounting for vent lag. While doing my job, I had to micromanage that tank. He wasn't a bad tank, he just couldn't pay attention to all those things at the same time, right? So I had to be there to guide him and be like, do this, do this, do this. And I bring that up because some people need micromanagement. Some people need, to various extents, obviously, some people need to be told what to do and how to do it. And I don't know if I'd be good at that. I don't know if I could actually be a good game producer. It's a fascinating concept and one I'm admittedly scared of, but one I still want to try someday. Hopefully sometime before I get even older, as I'm slowly, my spine is slowly bending forwards. Anyway, sorry, massively off topic. I apologize. Should have just told him to install DBM. It didn't work that way at that particular point in history. And also, even if I did, it wouldn't have helped with that particular fight. Like, the way that would have worked at that point in history with that fight is, let me think of an equivalent. Imagine you're on a certain larboard and starboard fight, and imagine that the DBM pops up and says, he's doing an attack. And that's the notification you get from DBM, is he's doing an attack. You don't know which, and you still have to know how to react to it. This is one of the things, this goes back to what I was talking about earlier. There was actually another add-on that isn't DBM that was banned within, like, a month, which actually told you how to do mechanics in fights. By the way, I stand by the banning of that particular add-on. And I bring that up, though, because even if you have DBM, you still need to know what to do, if that makes sense. Like, you still need to be able to react to the prompt. You know, the boss is wheeling up means you need to get out of the cone, for example. There was, like I said, there was this one brief period. It was in Wrath, actually. It was during Ice Crown's patch cycle, when there was an add-on that would, like, imagine like an AR, alternate reality kind of thing, and as you're looking around, it would paint, like, a thing over there. Yes, it would paint telegraphs in WoW, saying, this is where you need to go. And then, you need to avoid this. And, oh yeah, it was bad. It was bad. I was fully in favor of banning that thing. I tried it out briefly just to see, and I was just like, this is awful! Because it was literally just, okay, run up here, wait 3 seconds, go back over here, wait 3 seconds, turn, attack, 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 attack. In 5 seconds, you will have to go to the left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go to left, tells you to go to this spout right here, and so forth and so on. It was awful. God, it was so awful. Now, that being said, I did have one alternate thought about that. What I would have done if first of all, I would have banned the crap out of that add-on, which they did. But one of the things I would have done, if I was the devs at that point, is I would have made a tutorial raid. Because there is none in WoW. You know how FF14 kind of leans you into mechanics as we go throughout the MSQ? WoW doesn't have that. There's just, the raids get more complex and well-designed, and arguably harder as you go forward. So that's not the same thing at all, right? I would have had a literal tutorial raid. Yeah, exactly. Like something like the Guild Test progression. And in that, I would actually build it, because WoW can do this in Engine. Obviously, the add-on was doing it 10 years ago. So I would have a thing where it would actually say, this is this attack. In this type of attack, you should probably go over here. And there'd be like an arrow on the ground. And just have that be your tutorial into raiding. So it's like, okay, go over here. And then, and it's like, see, you've dodged that attack. Stuff like that. I think that would actually be a neat idea. For the same reason I gave positives to the same concept here in 14. Anyways. Let's help Totaro out here, shall we? Oh, Azure seized a pirate's paw where she met her shining jewel from one. For to bring the smuggler's plans to naught, came the last from none could fool. Beat him with a backdraft, gut him with a gust, deck him with a downburst. Go, Carbuncle, go. Are those crates I spy? And this must be the true test, but we're ready for them, aren't we, Carbuncle? I mean, she successfully summoned a Carbuncle, so she's doing something right. Only something. One thing. It's okay, you still have Ruin. Come back, Carbuncle! Come back! Oh, my dear sweet Totaro. How old is she? Do we know? I should have known you'd come, Lore. You didn't even say a word, your face says it all. She's only 20. Odd. 21. Betrayed by my own Carbuncle, left at the mercy of wild beasts. I must accept the truth. I'll never be a warrior like you or the others. I will inform Mistress of my intention to withdraw from the guild. Arcanima, like so much else, is beyond me. God, they're also young. For perspective, that makes her almost half my age. Just for a bit of perspective there. You know, Thancred's the oldie. What the hell? Why isn't this Minfilia's art? Because no one gives a damn about Minfilia. Including the developers. They were like, you know what? We give up. Screw it. They just abandoned it outright. I don't know. Minwoo's awesome. Especially in Opera Omnia, but that's unrelated. Back so soon. How fared our fledgling Arcanist? She sucked. Abysmally, abysmally, as Lore will testify. I was wrong to become an Arcanist, wrong as usual. I'm completely and utterly unqualified. I sincerely apologize for wasting your time. Star, if that were true, I wouldn't have permitted you to join in the first place. We must all accept our limitations, lest ambition lead us astray. However, we must not lose sight of our strengths in the process. For example, your skill with numbers helped you to gain a solid grasp of the fundamentals of Arcanima. Were it not so, you would have struggled to even summon Carbuncle. In my opinion, the Scions are truly fortunate to have such a capable and good-natured receptionist. Would you not agree? Yes! She is the glue. And I mean that with all due praise. I've said this before and I'll say this again. If I say you're a good secretary, that's a frickin' compliment from me. As fetching as these garments are, I fear I shall never don them again. But I can't go back to the Stones without something to show for my time away. Yes, you can. You were given leave to take a vacation! We're going to Costa del Sol. Oh god, it's the worst place in the game. Hang on. I need to get some music going so I can mute out the nightmare that is about to begin. Quickly. Oh god, iTunes isn't loading quickly enough. That means I have to pull up this song. It's the only way. Ah, there we go. Okay. Blanket it, my minion. Death to the music and to the living. A little loud, actually. There we go. Oh, now iTunes loads. Yeah, sure, whatever. Totally not the last song I had in Winamp. Where are you? Oh, there. I was on you! Sorry, Totaro. What are you wearing? There's a variety of clam which can be harvested this time of year, which produces pearls. Okay. Winamp is still the best MP3 player ever made, and I mean that. If all you need is an MP3 player and nothing else, there is nothing superior to Winamp for that. In fact, funny fact, I have deliberately not updated Winamp for a long time, as Winamp behind the hood has gotten worse and worse and worse and worse. Yeah, I'm using a build from 2018 for perspective, which I can recommend if you can get a hold of it. With fortune, I've already found one. Would you be so kind as keep watch? Yeah, sure. Now that the horrible music's gone. I guess she's safe. Nothing really. Oh my god! That thing could literally eat her in one gulp. Oh, it's got some health, too. Look at that. We have already shown off and given positives to the Golden Saucer. Oh yeah, I have all my abilities at this level. Die, monster! Oh. Taro the Dark Knight. I agree. Well fought. I knew I was right to ask you to come. As for me, I have my prize, a bounty of pearls, so named for their reddish hue, they were treasured as wards against dark magics in ancient times. I thought I'd make charms for everyone, so no matter where they go, they'll always come home. It's sort of the power to defend myself and other people, in a way. Right, let's keep her waiting, lots of work to do. Okay. We're to secure provisions for the scions in the laments and markets. We'll be heading back to the Rising Stones. Pray convey my apologies to the antecedent. And she was never heard from again. Oh my god, U.S. Incorp. I commit suicide immediately is my answer to your question. Just on the spot, I'd bite my tongue. Off. Out. Are people fighting cancer right now? Is this thing all it? Yeah, they are! That's 3 times now cancer's been up since I've been here. Go, you got him! I'm not gonna join. I got other things to do. But still. You got this! You got this. I'm still debating Blade Turval's question. I don't know if he's there right now. But it is admittedly a complex question, because I don't want to make... I don't know. I don't want to ruin Black Mage for other people. You asked how I would do a full rework of Black Mage. Other than the obvious. Laura doesn't have time to be cancer. I got a schedule to keep. So I keep wasting time talking about game design. That was, in fact, that was today. About 6.5 hours ago. That's why the QAQ exists. So, Hoary Boulder needs an adventurer. Well, this is beneath you in every way, but you're the only one we got. Thanks. Yep, yep, I get it. You don't have to tell me. He just told me that. Gotta keep doing our breather quests here before we get to the real thing, which is obviously Heavensward. I suppose, like, let's assume for a moment that I was just designing my own MMO, which happened to include Black Mage. So that, the core question, the very initial question would be, what do I consider to be the Black Mage? Fantasy. What's the ideal? What's the mentality? What's the identity of a Black Mage? That's question 1. Allure, is it true you've decided to lend us an aid? Yeah. I mean, I got nothing else going on. Our mission is the same. Separated by moms, but in spirit we will be together. Vivi. Okay, so, you start the class and you're pathetic and terrible and everyone's just so scary and you're not sure what to do. And then you die. No, to more practical concerns. Lore, we would have you attend to the scholar charged with surveying the South Shroud. He is waiting at Camp Tranquil. Okay. In spirit, Lore! We'll be with you in spirit. They were never seen again. We keep encountering people we're never going to see again. So in FF14, the core identity... Where is this? Oh, it's way over here. The core identity of a black mage is the astral umbral balance. You know, casting from the astral, casting in from the umbral, and going back and forth. Now, I've already mentioned I dislike that as a core mechanic. It's one of the reasons I don't like balanced druids over in WoW. At last, the Scion's man deigns to grace me with his presence. A pity we have no time for pleasantries. Okay. I didn't realize I was escorting an asshole today. You gotta be careful. My sword gravitates towards assholes. And not in a pleasant way. Yeah, see, the weird thing is... I was actually thinking about your question earlier, Blade Turval. And honest to God, my first thought for how I would design a black mage with the astral umbral thing is I'd just do this. You know, like Red Mage, I know this sounds so strange, but Red Mage is actually a fairly well-designed Black Mage. No, think about it. Just change it for... I mean, I know Red Mage is supposed to be white magic and black magic, but if you think of it as astral and umbral instead of white and black, then what you have is a Black Mage. Balance the two, pour the combo into Death Doom, etc., etc. Like, it's a very... It is in gameplay design all about that balance between astral and umbral, in a way that I actually rather enjoy personally, since Red Mage is my favorite caster, but let's not get into that. So, that's why I got this sword for it, because it's so very cool. But Black Mage is just garbage. Worst... No, okay. I'm still kind of torn on it. I imagine, like, what you're essentially asking me is if you were just designing a black mage for yourself, and the other people don't exist, then how would you design black mage? And that is kind of how I'm going to approach the question, because that way I don't have to worry about other people in the equation. No, I think Dancer should main a Braywin. Yes, this location should suffice. Once I finish calibrating my instruments, I will require but a moment. I trust I need not explain my work can suffer no interruptions. But I stand by that. I think Dancer's a good fit for Braywin. That's why I suggested it. I have some experience with her playstyle because I played with her in WoW. And told her for years to stop playing Rogue! I'm never letting that go. Never. I'm gonna be 50 and I'm gonna be like, did you know that one day, years ago, I kept telling Braywin to stop playing Rogue? And she kept being like, but law! And she just turned into Waluigi. It was weird. A satisfactory outcome, though I would make a suggestion. You might try to dispatch your foes more quietly in the future. I do not like to pick fault, but I really must be allowed to concentrate. Now then, Snake Bolt awaits. The great irony is now, pretty much post-Shadowlands, or rather, post-Shadowlands Acclamation, leveling an alt is quicker and easier than it has literally ever been. And that's one of the reasons I am in favor of that for alts. So that when someone says, man, I really want to try X, Y, or Z, they can. Like, Braywin is literally a test sample for why I think leveling alts should be fast and easy and smooth. Because she should just... Monk or Demon Hunter. Yeah, Valvedrix. I'm pretty sure I specifically suggested she play monk. I don't remember what she ended up thinking of it. Bragwin, help me out here. Because I know you bowed out of WoW pretty soon after that. Right. Yes, as before. Kill things. And yeah, I'm not saying WoW does it perfectly, to be clear, because the problem with WoW is, A, WoW, you level your first character super fast, which is just bad. And second of all, they have all of this crap at endgame, which they don't properly do, as I've complained about many times. So there's two problems on the WoW angle. But I should mention that if I sat down right now for this 5-hour stretch of streaming, I could level to max level in WoW on an alt. Now, I know what I'm doing, but still, that's how fast leveling an alt should be, and I mean that with total sincerity. In FF14, it should take me maybe 5 hours to max out an ultimate class, and just boom through it. Of course, that's, for me. I admit from a design perspective, it should probably be a little bit longer than that. Either way, I think we all can agree that Demon Hunter would actually be a better fit for Bragwin. Demon Hunter is like Monk, but less things to keep track of. And still awesome. Probably biased by the fact that Demon Hunter is literally the best class in WoW. Let's not go into that. Oh, this is kind of a dull quest chain, isn't it? Helping Tataro was neat. This is... I don't even know what this is. I mean, if they were... let me start by saying I don't think it's physically possible to make a Demon Hunter in FF14. I really mean that. There's too much about Demon Hunter that literally... I don't think the engine can handle. But if they could... Oh, I'd main that in a second. I just... There we go. We're good. What was that stench? Did you slaughter a creep of adamantoises while my back was turned? Quickly! To Camp Tranquil, I will not have my robes reeking of blood and offal. This is such a Leverly person, really. And yeah, this is... I know this is supposed to be the breather arc, but this is kind of eh. You chose to paddle in the Ichor a while longer, I take it. No matter. I took advantage of the unexpected privacy and performed a cursory analysis. It appears there's been a measurable decrease in Eorzea's ambient ether concentration since the calamity. Yep, that's... We already covered that in the Bahamut stuff. Thanks for teasing the coils. For our next survey, I would have you escort me to Ernth's Font. That's... okay. This is just my life now. Thinking of you, hoary boulder. This is after the coil ended? What the hell's he on about, then? I must stab him in his stupid, dumb, stupid, dirty, filthy, ugly, stupid... But enough about WoW. Let's talk about, Black Mages. So if I'm designing a Black Mage class, just for myself... So the first thing I'd do is I'd take a hard look at the XIV fight, spoilers, and then I would turn that into a class. I don't remember that fight off the top of my head, so that's why I'm just kind of stalling there, because I don't remember exactly what happened in that fight. I just remember being really impressed with it. I've only fought it once ever. The one time I did it for the story. It's never come up again. Yeah, the one in 14 specifically. Like I said, spoilers. Not really. I'd tell you the number, but I don't remember. It's O-N something. Markedly lower. Could the presence of a primal account for the differences or something? Oh, O4N. There you go. That fight! Now that I've totally spoiled it already. What? Remember him? Hoary Boulder. There you are. Hoary and I were worried when your charge failed to return at the appointed hour. Oh yeah, spoilers. This game... I see, I can't make up a good spoiler. This game gets better later. There you go. There you go. Deaded like a hog, but not by one. These wounds were made with a blade. Doesn't look like he put up much of a fight. No marks on his sword or his shield. I've heard nothing about Crystal Brave operations in the area. What causes Wilred to come here? What should we do? We'll see to the scholar's protection, Lar. Aye, and the boy's remains. You should return to the Rising Stones. Sure thing. Hoary Boulder. That is pretty horrifying, Trek Reviewer, but very possible. I have not done any Savages past ARR, I think. So, yeah, Wilred's dead. I'm actually sad about that. He's I love how the Scholar's actually freaking out because he's right next to a corpse. It's just kind of a nice thing. This is why I say this portion, even though I hate this story arc that we're about to jump into, and I'm giving it multiple negatives, this is properly paced. Tatara wants to learn Arcanist. Go help this asshole with some really boring quests. Oh, corpse! Surprise! Yeah, I know about OK ends, extra phase, and obviously O4 ends. No, I honestly didn't play Traval. This caught me. Like, obviously I was paying attention. I knew that there was the whole something's fishy going on with the Braves thing, because I have a frickin' brain. But I honestly didn't expect them to just jump it on me in the middle of honestly, a pretty terrible quest. Lord, you returned. You seem troubled. Yeah, about that. It was Alphino. In the waterfall, with the candlestick. But yeah, no, that's straight up murder. And in case you missed that, he didn't fight back, which doesn't just mean he was caught unawares. It likely means he wasn't suspecting the attack was going to come, so he was betrayed. Though the recent events weigh heavily on our minds, we must needs set them aside. We are coming to a defining moment in history. A grand banquet. We have every reason to raise our voices in celebration, do we not? We have bested Dravanians and Ascian both. Against desperate odds we have fought and won, but the primals plague us, the Empire plots our subjugation, and our triumphs, remarkable though they are bought at terrible price. Brave adventurers and allies broken on the steps of faith, and before our eyes in this very room our dear Moonbrida. This is the victory we have wrought, and it is as bitter ashes in my mouth. I would sooner stay here and invite those with more appetite to enjoy the feast in my stead. Alas, it is a royal banquet, and all our allies will be in attendance. It is a duty to present a united front. We might serve as a beacon of hope to all. This is the closest to characterization she gets in the entire game. I'm not actually joking. Right here. Savor it. Seems I have no choice but to take my own advice. I instructed the others to meet us in Ul'dah that we might make our grand entrance together. Fortunately, I had to settle for leaving Tataru and Laman a note. If they do not return quickly, they'll have to settle for whatever leftovers I can smuggle out of the fragrant chamber. I'm going to leave on this outfit because I think it's really going to emphasize why I hate this upcoming cutscene. Hey, Riol. Off to the big soiree, Lore? Raise a glass for me. Or not. You don't look pleased. Something on your mind? Yeah, I found Wilrid. By the Navigator. God damn it! They must know they've been rumbled. I mean, sod it. 'Tis past time we had this talk. After our last conversation, I got to thinking about where certain funds were coming from. So I had to dig around on the quiet like, and sure enough, I found it. Seems a fair bit of coins made its way into the Braves' coffers, courtesy of the Dodo Consortium. Daft name for a business I've ever heard one, which is what gave me the first inkling that something wasn't right. So I went through the ledgers again and found half a dozen donations from organizations with bloody stupid names. Didn't take long to find the common thread. All were owned by the Mirage Trust. Oh, I'll give the bastard credit. He showed us up for amateurs we are. Short of calling his business the Bloody Bribery Consortium, I don't know what more he could have done to mock our rules and financial contributions. The gods only know how many men the first and third are taking Talaji's coin. But now we know, as some of them are, I'd wager my right eye they're the ones that did for Wilrid. The earnest young fool had taken to asking the wrong kind of questions. Bound to attract attention, he was. Should have seen it at the time, but I didn't. God damn it. Still, I don't see what Talaji hopes to accomplish. He hid his scheme with all the care of a drunk pissing into the wind. I mean, that's him, in a nutshell. No, he's cleverer than this, and we need to be clever too. It's the only way to repay this debt of blood. We'll purge every one of them traitorous bastards from our ranks. On that you have my word. Oh, mind yourself in Ul'dah, huh? We're heading into a storm. I can smell it. Yeah, tell me about it. Kind that'll sweep a man overboard and drag him under before he knows it. Yeah, a storm of blood! I wasn't going to make the joke, but... At last we come to it. The great banquet of our era. The board is set and the pieces are moving. Ugh. One moment, I need to write something down. There we go. Is that? No, it's just my imagination. Pay no attention to me. 'Tis a habit from my misspent youth, looking over my shoulder from time to time. Thancred? If I didn't know any better, I'd think our bard ran afoul of another jilted lover. Yeah, Thancred's on edge. It's almost like he's got gut instincts for these kind of things. It's a banquet, so there'll be tostada. Definitely be food, but will there also be dancing? If there is, will it be after the food? Dancing on a full stomach is no fun, but neither is being hungry. I hope Ida is not under the impression we're here to make merry. We are ostensibly the antecedents' escort. We are needed at the quicksand for one last little side quest. I believe just the one, and then we're going to be at the banquet. Give my regards to Momodi. Let her know I will call upon her anon. So you're still there, Blade Turval. So have you played Diablo 3? Because that's going to make my answer a lot easier. Yeah. So I know, ignore the class fantasy for just a second. Ignore the aesthetics and the visuals of the spells. Picture the difference between playing as a witch doctor and a wizard in D3. By the way my mind works, one of those two would be how I would design a black mage class. So, for those of you at home who haven't played D3, I'll give a very brief explanation. The witch doctor has a big mana pool, right? It doesn't regenerate particularly fast, and not much pulls it back, but you have a huge tank, in other words. So you're supposed to kind of but you still have to manage the tank, and you still have to eventually deal with the fact that it will eventually run out, right? By contrast, the wizard has a very small tank. Hardly any arcane power, I think is what it's called at all. So it goes away very quickly, but it also restores very quickly. The difference in approach in gameplay is that an arcane, a wizard, will be all about bam, wait, and then bam, wait, and it makes for a nice tempo of combat. Whereas by contrast, the other thing that I can't think of the name all of a sudden, the witch doctor is far more bursty, because a witch doctor can just absolutely unload on someone, but if they run dry, then they run dry. And their pause periods in between really throwing stuff out is much longer. It's like, okay, hang on. And I feel like one of those two methods would be my first thought. Like again, zooming the camera as far out as possible in gameplay concepts when it comes to a black mage. I admit I feel I lean a little bit more towards wizard in that particular perspective. And yeah, there is a build for wizard. Obviously, we don't have builds in FF14, but there's a build for wizard which effectively removes the need for even caring about your bar. There's also a build that makes you just hit like an absolute truck, but you actually spend more arcane energy per spell. So it's even more shotgunny than I'm talking about. So it's like, shabam! All right, live for a second. Live for a second. Bam! And it kind of turns into a rocket launcher style gameplay. I don't know. I'd have to think about it some more. I feel, this is going to sound so pathetic and terrible, I feel like I wouldn't do a good job of designing classes in FF14 because there's just so many limitations on them that I don't think I would be a good designer for that. I appreciate you dropping out at such short notice. I know you've got places to be, so I won't waste your time. You're friends with a crystal brave by the name of Alien, aren't you? A former adventurer? Yep, I recruited her personally. Like 3 days ago. Anyway, she came around for a meal, and before she left asked me to give you a message. Said if the others ended up dragging you to feast, I was to see you before you made your grand entrance. Meet me at the station west of the Coffer and Coffin. There's something I need to show you. Okay. Yeah, sure. I barely touched her food, too. Under other circumstances, I'd have thought those signs of a troubled heart, but something tells me she isn't about to confess her undying love. Alright, well, let's go see what she has to say. So, this might actually argue to be a negative entirely by itself, what's about to happen. In fact, I'm pretty sure that Rabtoons made a specific point of mocking this exact action that we're about to do. Hey look, there's a bottle on the ground. As you stand upon the platform, your thoughts begin to wander, and all too soon the ghosts of comrades lost and enemies slain begin to file by your mind's eye of solemn procession. Clearing your head, you scan the horizon, but see no sign of Alien. Straining your ears to listen, you hear the chatter of Kikiran and the buzzing of syrphids, but no approaching footfall. Sighing, you bow your head only to notice the vial. You pick up the vial for absolutely no good reason whatsoever. Laurentius sees us as soon as we pick up the bottle. We also recruited him personally, by the way, from Ul'dah, if you remember. Lieutenant Alien? No, I haven't seen her about. Had she come this way, I guarantee we would have crossed paths. I must have passed this spot a dozen times. We're to patrol the city's environs on account of the banquet. Captain's orders. Speaking of which, isn't it about to begin? You should head in there. Yeah, sure, I will stop worrying about her and the fact that she's toads fine. Yeah. I admit the first time I saw the banquet, I was furious. I hated it. There was a couple good bits, but I was just left with such a bad taste in my mouth.
Hallowed spirit of my line. Through my weakness, the glorious house of Ul has all but disappeared beneath the sands. For want of the strength to raise it up again, it were better that it fall. Forgive me, but I know not what else to do.
So, I essentially can't say what I want to say next without spoiling, but I think the game has been overt enough. You can tell bad stuff's about to happen, right? One of the things I've been championing for literally over a decade at this point is that there should be an MMO where the story is primarily focused around the idea that we fail, that we lose, and we have to recover from that. Some MMOs have dipped their toes into that, but it's usually very brief, like we suffer a setback in a quest or a quest arc, and then we come back for it. Nothing has ever gone as far as I'd like, and nothing has ever done quite what I was thinking. However, I should probably mention that the closest that any MMO has ever come to having us straight up lose is ARR, of all freaking things. It's just, it doesn't earn it at all. Yep, so, hey, what's this clouded vial? This looks like an alchemist vial, but beyond that I can't say. You should hold on to it for safekeeping. Any road, no use worrying about Elian. I'm sure she'll turn up before too long, and when she does, we'll find out what it was in aid of. Besides, you've got more important things to think about. Another message arrived for you from the Sultana. She desires a private audience.
You needn't trouble yourself so.
Your Grace is most kind, but it is no trouble to me, rather an honor. If your Grace is ready, I shall summon the Warrior of Light.
I am.
So allow me to go ahead and go against the grain here. I don't think ARR is necessary for you to enjoy the future expansions. Does it help? Yeah, absolutely. But I think if you were to somehow start in Heavensward, you would still be able to pick up on things and enjoy it just fine.
Everyone looks to be in high spirits.
With good cause.
Sorry, I'm going to pause here for a second. I don't say this just to bash ARR. It's part of a problem I run into here. Because I don't like ARR. I think I've made that opinion quite clear. It's not that bad, and it's not, but it's not that good either. Ultimately, ARR is a waste of my time. And I know that sounds really harsh, but I don't mean it that badly. Like, I'm trying to think how to phrase this. No, I don't have a better way. ARR is a waste of my time. It does not respect my time. Now, my reason for bringing this up, though, is that ARR is, in many ways, a critical part of the story. I still think it could be skippable, and that is workaroundable. But if you really want to get into the story, and let's be honest, most FF14 players probably do, then you probably should go through ARR, even assuming it was a choice, which obviously it isn't. My reason for bringing all of this up is for all of ARR's time-wastingness, it's not like you can just skip it and everything's fine, everything's hunky-dory. Which brings me to my core point. How do you fix all that? But the problem is there is no easy answer. Just skipping it is the band-aid, and that doesn't really help. That doesn't improve the game. That just allows you to not waste your time with it. ARR would need a cataclysm in order to really fix it and bring it up to code. And let's be honest, there's a reason Cataclysm was such a gigantic expansion, which took lots and lots of time to make, longer than almost any other expansion in WoW's history, right? So it's not like they could just do that. So, yeah, anyways, moving on.
A common victory may serve to unite even the most unlikely of allies. You've brought us one step closer to a united Eorzea.
Your modesty knows no bounds, Antecedent.
I'm sorry, there's just so many red flags over this meeting. I knew walking into this was going to be bad. It's just, not bad as in quality, bad as in bad stuff was going to happen.
Were it not for your efforts, Sir Emmerich would never have become such a steadfast ally. When he convinces his countrymen to rejoin the Alliance, we shall all reap the benefits, military and economic. I tell you, we are on the cusp of a new era of unity and prosperity. Territorial disputes are all that divide us now.
Oh, is that it?
But I have faith that we will find an amicable solution in time.
Not to give this scene praise, but you'll notice how Alphino here is just really demonstrating how much he does not know or understand.
And failing that, I'll have my trusty warrior of light box the ears of all concerned. Speaking of whom...
He will be joining us shortly. A matter at the quicksand required his attention, but it did not sound serious.
Meanwhile, time to go meet with the Sultana personally. In this outfit, because so I should probably mention, part of the reason I specifically wanted to look like this, is because I wanted to look like this for the banquet. So I've been Paladin and wearing this outfit for days of content, specifically so that this would be the me that we see when we get to the upcoming scenes. Whoop. But I suppose I've talked up the banquet enough. Yeah, I know we're a warrior, but honestly, warrior outfits just look so bad. Well, okay. The 50 warrior outfit. If you require a moment to compose yourself before your audience. Upon proceeding to the Sultana's bedchamber, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. That's the first one of those in this game, and it is not the last. In fact, so I've been slowly keeping note of quality of life features. I'm actually going to put that under the quality of life features. Because that's a good thing. I do like that. I do like when games do that. And yeah, they do that several times. I'm pretty sure this is the longest one in the game. Correct me if I'm wrong? Because the other ones are more like 10, 15, 20 minutes, which is long for a game cutscene. But nothing compared to what we're about to go through. Alright, let's put on our analysis cap. Let's really look through this, shall we? No more memory, no more feelings.
Enter.
Your Grace, your guest has arrived.
Pray, come in, and take your ease.
"'Tis well that the steps of faith held against the Horde.
And what of the city proper?
We sustained some few losses, but the heart of our nation yet beats with vigor. I am not certain I could say the same had we not received your most generous aid.
You're welcome.
An attack on Ishgard is an attack on the realm. We stand together or fall divided.
Such noble words after the fact.
I had hoped to speak in the presence of her grace, but it seems she has been delayed. That being the case, now would seem as good a time as any. Honored friends, pray allow me to convey Ishgard's warmest gratitude for your part in the defense of our lands. "'Tis upon the success of this very alliance that my recommendation to throw open the gates of judgment shall be founded. With the blessing of the Archbishop, it is my hope that Ishgard will soon be reunited with her long-estranged sister nations, and that Eorzea shall once more be as one."
Why is their clapping animation so weird in this game? They clap like this.
Very well.
Is aught amiss?
Nothing to worry about. I shall return anon.
Uh-oh, she's trying to get our attention. Everyone, pretend. Look the other way. Look the other way.
You wished a word, Yu Hase?
Why, yes, of course. I'd skip
You
the
may go.
one.
Your Grace.
Yeah, honestly, Yu Yu Hase, you notice how I've been pointing out how each one of Yu Yu Hase's conversations...
You must be curious as to the reason for this private audience. The matter I would discuss, however, will soon make apparent the need for discretion.
has included how much he's looking forward to making more money or how he's fighting for coin or whatever. I've been pointing that out to emphasize how much they have been showing themselves with regards to everyone with one exception. They've actually been doing foreshadowing, and it's even subtle, properly designed foreshadowing on everyone with one exception. It's part of why I call it narrative cheating.
I intend to abdicate the throne and dissolve the monarchy.
That's much less reaction than I was expecting.
You have seen for yourself the storm of turmoil that howls through our streets. The government fails in its responsibilities, and my subjects suffer the consequences of our incompetence. But I will see them suffer no longer. The victory feast shall provide the stage on which I declare the dissolution of the Sultanate. 'Tis mine intent that the ruling class of our golden city should take its place beside the common man in a fair and equitable republic. No more shall this nation bow to the whims of a privileged few.
Let me pause for a moment. I don't begrudge Nanama what she's trying to do. Let's be clear. This was going to fail no matter what. This was a desperate and emotional grasp at accomplishment. That's why it's well written. Nanamo literally has an entire cutscene devoted to her falling into tears at how aggrieved she feels, at how powerless she feels, at how helpless she feels. And it's been a recurring thread, if you've been paying attention, since the very beginning, with the initial MSQ stuff in Ul'dah. So, as much as what she's doing would never work, and she probably even knows that to some extent or another, yeah, this is her being backed into a corner. This is her saying, I'm sick of this crap. I'm going to do something. And, yeah, this was never going to work.
Yet, that which I propose will entail the tearing up of this city's very foundations. And even Roban, with all his strength and influence, will be hard-pressed to keep his footing on such treacherous ground. Thus would I ask you to lend him a steadying hand. You who have endured the wrath of innumerable foes are the one hero in whom I can place my trust. Will you do this thing for me?
I do like Nanama for reference.
I am truly grateful. More grateful than I can well express. How much we have both changed since that day we met beneath the Sultan tree. And the days ahead promise to change us further still. I hope that we will recognize ourselves when all of this is over.
Notice how the camera focuses on the cup at several points during this cutscene. I'm only pointing it out because you could tell they actually had a director of cinematography setting up the camera for several of these scenes. So, pause. Up until now, this has been good. Not great, not fantastic, but good.
Your Grace! Her Grace, the Sultana, is dead. Poison in her wine? You did this!
Spare us your denials! I see no other suspects, and the room has but the one entrance. I hereby accuse you of regicide. Men, arrest this viper.
Now, I will admit, us going along with them makes a degree of sense because we're not murderous. We don't want to brutally kill. you know, effectively innocent soldiers. But yeah, no, that's stupid on so many levels.
Sir, barring a few exceptions, we have detained all those with allegiance to the Scions. The Rising Stones is also under our control.
And what do you hope to achieve with this mutiny?
Why, that which we have striven for all along, Commander. The salvation of Eorzea.
Hang on, hang on. Oh, it doesn't say who voiced him. I guess probably because it was just literally one line.
What is the meaning of this?
But hang on. Real quick. That's a little loud, sorry.
どうもこうもご覧の通りです総帥すべてはエオルゼアのために
There you go. There's his voice actor. Alright. I love that I'm just kind of going along with all this, like, yeah,
Knights from the homeland. This cannot bode well.
Lord Commander, we have received an urgent message from the Holy See. I am grieved to report that your serpentine foes have resumed their assault. Needless to say, your presence is urgently required. These knights have come to bear you swiftly home to Ishgard.
A surprise attack?
We've had no such word from our men, and the timing is most fortuitous to catch us away from the city.
Most fortuitous indeed.
Lord Commander, we must away.
I do like how both of them immediately pick up on the fact that this is probably a lie.
You have been a most gracious host. I hope that I might one day return the favor.
I mean, you can tell. Not only because of what she just said to him, but his just looking down at Talaji like... Okay.
Come, Lucia.
Let's get away from whatever cluster is about to happen here. And yeah, that man is skilled in politics and military affairs. Of course he caught on to this immediately. I'm not just praising Aemir because I like him. He has a brain. And Talaji is just hiding it less and less, if you're paying attention. Meanwhile, the only one of our group who actually... There's another heterochromia. There's a lot of those. The only one of our group who actually has the instincts...
What is going on in there?
...is going to pick up on what's going on pretty much immediately.
Ah, the ever-dutiful brass blades. I must apologize, but my dance card is rather full. Another time, perhaps?
Thancred, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. You stand accused of committing acts of espionage in service to the Garlean Empire.
Uh-huh.
Espionage? What in the seven hells are you talking about? Ah, if you're referring to that business with the Ultima weapon, then you must understand, I wasn't myself.
Under interrogation, an Imperial prisoner revealed your involvement in numerous dealings with the enemy. We've also been investigating reports that you are a practitioner of forbidden arts. You'd best come along with us.
You invite me to your party and now you want me to leave? I do so detest receiving mixed signals. Come then. I believe I've lost my appetite for this farce of a celebration.
Yeah, Talaji's trying to pull a noose, but he's doing it so sloppily, it's actually kind of funny to watch. He's just trying, okay, get rid of them, get rid of them, get rid of them, get rid of them, get rid of them. Sloppy, one might say.
You go too far, Lord Adeleji. By what right do you march armed soldiers into a royal banquet and eject state visitors without her grace's consent? You treat the brass blades as your personal army and show contempt for the throne with your every act. Leave us, now.
Is that an order, General? Mayhap you have mistaken me for one of your flames. You will find I am not so slavishly obedient. As you lecture me on personal armies. As for your outrageous claim that I have shown contempt for the throne, let all here observe that it was not I who feasted while an assassin removed its occupant. I expect this is your idea of defending the nation, is it? This and diluting our forces through these distractions in Cartano and Kurthis. I do begin to see how the ranks of the Immortal Flames came to be riddled with Garlean sympathizers. You are plainly unfit for command.
Wait, goddamn you. Your words make no sense. What assassin?
You mean to say you don't know? We caught the vaunted champion of the Scions in her Grace's private chambers, not moments after the deed was done.
You know, a lot of dumb accusations are thrown out here, but you know the one that pisses me off the most? Is that anyone would believe that the Warrior of Light, even at this point in the story, would have assassinated the Sultana. Yeah, this is the dumbest possible accusation.
No! No, this cannot be!
Save your breath. You will need it to plead your case. You and your entire order are to be tried for this atrocity. Bring in the prisoner!
This man stands accused of poisoning Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ul Namo, and as suspected accessories to the crime, all members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn will be detained for questioning.
This is madness!
What a pity. Who'd have thought your tale would end like this?
Should you demand further proof, a vial with traces of the substance used to poison her grace was found upon the assassin's person.
And that is why that's a negative by itself. The only piece of actual evidence they have, and I want to stress that for a second, speaking as someone who studied legal matters for quite a while, especially criminal legal matters, the only piece of evidence they have that could actually be qualified as evidence is the fact that, oh, we just happen to have this vial of poison on us that we picked up for no reason and held on to for no reason. This is because plot at its worst form.
How very convenient.
What's doubly stupid is the fact that it's actually true. They could have just said, they could have just pulled that out right there and be like, oh yeah, we totally found it and we planted it. But no, we actually did pick up the damn vial and we actually did have it on us.
You would speak of convenience?
I don't know what else to say, Kata. But if it makes you feel better, it's not one negative.
Who persuaded her grace to host this celebration? A diversion which presented you and your confederates ample opportunity to commit the crime, and a crowd within which to fade from view. A more convenient occasion I could scarcely imagine.
How dare you! After all we have done for Uldar!
Hold your tongue, witch! I'll not be ensorcelled! I know all about the dark gift that you and your disciples wield. Oh, yes. I've observed how you worked upon the minds of the Alliance leaders, bending them to your will. And what of your cordial relationship with Sir Emmerich? For years, Ishgard abjured all contact with the outside world, and now the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights treats you with the familiarity of a childhood friend. I'll tell you what I think. I think this desperate defense of Ishgard was but a ruse to deceive us into dividing our forces.
Now, Sarani, we can't be too negative towards Talaji. He probably just perceives anyone with a positive charisma score as a dark gift.
Your next move will be to charm your Kurthan allies into invading our lands!
God, you're just getting worse. You're just getting worse.
Now, that is truly ridiculous.
How do you even think of this stuff?
Minfilia has more charisma than Talaji does.
She cannot be dead. Stand aside, Ilbert. I want to see the Sultana.
Spare yourself the pain, brother. I saw her with my own eyes. For a mercy, the poison took her swiftly. Her handmaiden can attest to that.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and mention something. Consider this an olive branch to Kata. There is something that will later happen, which makes this whole situation better. It doesn't remove negatives, but it will probably be a positive later on. But I'm pretty sure that doesn't happen until a little bit into Heavensward. Make of that what you will.
This cannot be. Nanamo. No!
It has to do with the maiden he just pointed to, Kata. The lady in waiting. Don't feel crazy.
Plainly, the Royalists can no longer be relied upon to keep our nation safe. And so it falls to the monitorists of the Syndicate to govern Uldar. But should you wish to help us, General, we would be more than happy to entrust the task of planning Her Grace's funeral to you.
Yeah, rather than being like, I feel crazy. What do you like about it? We all like different things. We all dislike different things. I'd love to hear your perspective on it, if you don't mind. I'm typing up negatives right now. Sorry. But that doesn't mean I don't want to hear your opinion.
It seems only right that you should bury your precious Sultana, and we will be glad to be rid of that burden.
Now, hold on. I'm talking a lot of crap about this whole sequence, but, well, there is one, and I do mean one, good scene in this entire series of affairs.
I'll bet you will. You more than any man.
Whatever do you mean?
The expression sells it. Because Teleji thinks he's won. And the problem is that he's a moron. Now, I'm going to spoil one little thing for you, for those of you who haven't seen this. Teleji hasn't won. Even ignoring what's about to happen. Teleji has actually been outplayed at every step. There are other people who have been manipulating this situation, which is why events have been proceeding so smoothly. Teleji himself has been bumbling through someone else's plan. So he hasn't won. But in this moment, he thinks he has, because everything's been going so smoothly. Everything's going so great. It's awesome. I'm going to be so powerful, and I'm going to have all this money and strength. Oh, yeah. Oh, I totally won. He. And, well, there's one problem here. And anybody who knows me knows I love to comment on the dynamic between political power and personal power. For those of you who haven't heard me use that, in brief, political power is the kind of power that exists in real life. Money, office, whatever. Personal power is the kind of power that exists in fiction. Like being able to fight and defeat Shiva. Roban is a beast in combat. Talaji has money. Which one wins?
I mean, you had her killed, you black-hearted bastard!
What rot! Though I did have sufficient motive, 'tis true. That young lady caused me no end of grief. She always was a most unwilling puppet. I dare say her grace was grateful that someone thought to cut her strings.
And when he's just so full of himself here that he makes the worst mistake he could. Because see, the thing is, it doesn't matter how much leverage you have, how much money you have, how much political sway you have. If you piss someone off with a gun just hard enough, they don't care about the consequences of shooting you. They'll just shoot you.
You would mock her, then mock her from hell!
What?
And he is very dead. Puh. Because when you are that angry, you just don't care about the consequences. For good and for bad.
Have you lost your mind, General? It is forbidden to draw steel in the royal chambers, much less slaughter our fellow syndicate members. You're one of them. You've been in league with the Scions all along.
I like to think that Talaji was actually bisected, yeah.
You're next, you scheming bastard!
Honestly, Lolorito probably should have died here. But... asshole was here.
Oh, Raban! 7 hells!
Admiral, we must leave.
Ah!
How do you spell Raban's name? I can never spell it right.
How unlike you, old friend. I did not expect to take your arm so easily.
There we go.
Take the Scions into custody. They have conspired to commit regicide. And arrest this traitor as well.
Ilbert, I hope you choke on their coin.
'Tis better than the dirt I've supped on these long years. We can't all abandon Alamigo and become great war heroes as you have. You are not the man you once were, Raban. Since that girl strapped the yoke around your neck, you've become docile. She took the mad bull and cut off his balls, and a bull that cannot rot is fit for naught but slaughter. Shall I tell you who really killed your precious Sultana? It was me.
You die!
Thank you.
I never doubted you, not for a moment. But there is more to this than I yet understand. Flee this place. Clear your names.
Or I could kill Ilberd right now.
It is the only way.
And save probably hundreds of lives in the future, if not more. Okay. Oh, that's right. Ilberd's level, what, 70 at this point? No, he'd be 60. He'd be 60.
Ah, there you are.
Hi, Thancred.
Thancred, where have you been?
Avoiding the fumbling advances of some very persistent admirers. When I realized the celebrations had turned sour, it seemed prudent to slip away and take stock of the situation.
No, I'm gonna pause for a moment, just real quick. We should have killed Ilberd there, but that's admittedly partially the advantage of hindsight. In the moment, at the time, knowing how little we did back then, the idea of just turning and face-palming Ilberd would have just served to solidify the Ul'dan case against us and blah, 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 blah. So fleeing here makes a degree of sense. I don't like it. It still irritates the piss out of me. I still gave the game a negative for cutscene incompetence. But I at least understand why we turned and ran. I will admit, if I had a moment to think about it, I would have done the same. Because I, at the time, would not have known what was going on. I would have suspected. But I wouldn't have known, and that's not enough reason to start killing people, you know what I mean? So let's, hang on, so we're kind of past the banquet. We've actually got a few other things to follow through on here. For those curious, the banquet earned up a grand total of 5 negatives. And a positive, because duh. I mean, duh, right? I've been debating a few other positives here before we move forwards. As much as a lot of people are irritated by him, I would like to give a positive to Alphino in ARR. Let's see. Merle Webb gets a positive. No, I'm quite sure, Kata. To be completely blunt, I'm being nice. I could give so many more negatives. I really could, but I'm holding back a little bit. Plus, we're not actually done yet. I suppose I should mention, when I say the banquet, I mean this whole sequence. I know that's not technically accurate, and I apologize, but in my mind, this whole sequence is the banquet. So we're not actually done with the banquet yet. So we've got Merlwyb, we've got Alphino. Roban absolutely was a positive, because of course he was. I'm going to give one to the Sultana, too. By the way, I should probably mention, because of how this works, all of these are isolated to ARR. So in other words, nothing is going to prevent me from giving more positives to characters in future expansions because of the uniqueness of an MMO. Just front-loading that. Does anyone remember how to spell Hoary Boulder's buddy's name? I can't even remember how to say it. As weird as this may sound, Mr. Red, I don't think Roban deserves a positive by himself in ARR. Ultine, that sounds right. Roban will be a plus in the future. I don't think he qualifies in ARR. It's like the beginnings of what might be a good character, but not a good character in himself. I think it's all of them. I mean, it's not... They've got like a couple of months to patch it, Von Falkenstein. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Roban will be a positive later, and I'd be shocked if he isn't. Now, because I do have to show my due diligence, let me explain all the negatives I gave. First of all was the entire story arc and the narrative cheating with the Ivy, which is narrative cheating. I've already explained that, so that's negative number 1. Negative number 2 is for Ilberd. Ilberd is... It's a specific archetype of a character that I can't stand, personally. It's a evil character who is designed to be a hate sink, who there's no real, like, there's nothing to counterbalance that, right? So fiction does this semi-frequently, and I've actually argued about this very point many times over the years, because some people think a hate sink character with nothing to counterbalance it's a good thing, because you're supposed to hate that character, and that's it. But the problem is, if all you engender in your audience is despising a certain character, you need to do something to balance that. The most typical way to do that is to have them get their comeuppance, right? But at the same time, there are other ways to do that. You can add sympathy or complexity to them, or you could have them have cool factor or charisma factor or whatever. Kefka is a colossal monster, and yet a lot of people like him because there are things that help counterbalance the hate sink nature of it, right? I know that's a terrible example, but Emmett Selk, right? So you get my point. So Ilberd here is he's just the worst. And they don't do anything else for that. He just kind of wins and enjoys, and it's just, okay, that's awful. So that's negative number 2. Negative number 3 is the Vial. The Vial, by itself, deserves a separate negative for being the worst kind of narrative cheating. The Vial is literally the GM saying, you see a vial and pick it up, and then you hold on to it. It is the worst kind of railroading, and I know that's weird to comment on in a game that is a narrative thing, but there's no logic and there's no mentality to it. It is just straight up because plot, which is bad writing. Fourth, I can count. Fourth negative is Teleji Aladeji. Pretty much the exact same problem with Ilberd, with the exception that Teleji does actually get his comeuppance, hence the positive I mentioned earlier. So Teleji is a sniveling, terrible, awful, irritating, frustrating aggravation, but he also gets bisected, so that's kind of awesome. So that's why Ilberd is a negative, whereas Teleji is a negative and a positive, if that makes any sense. But then we have the final one, the 5th negative, cutscene incompetence. We really do so much, just so much nothing in these cutscenes. And I've thought about this many times before, and especially having gone right back through this, what I really honestly feel is that we shouldn't have been in those cutscenes at all. I know that sounds weird, and the structure of the story would require a little bit restructuring, but the scene, we added nothing to those scenes, we contributed nothing to those scenes. All we did was sit there and watch. This is especially true in my mind because I have so recently gone through Star Trek Online and the Beast Tribes. We actually had a whole discussion about this, how we are not a character in the story. We are just sitting there observing it. This is during our huge discussion about whether or not we should be a character in an MMO, in any MMO. And I talked about how different MMOs deal with this. And so we're just watching. We're just watching these events. Now, FF14 actually doesn't do this all that often. In fact, I think they only do this a couple more times. And they've only really done it twice, the Beast Tribes quest and here. But in both cases, a story is going on and we're just kind of sitting over there going, We have nothing to do with what's going on. Not really. Now, off the top of my head, this is not prepped and not planned and not polished, but off the top of my head, it would have been made substantially better if they're like, oh my god, you know, you're under arrest. Screw you. And we're like, okay, we'll go along with it. And then it gets to the banquet, the actual banquet, and you just remove us from that scene completely. And then as the rest of the group is escaping, they stumble upon us, currently being held by a bunch of very nervous-looking soldiers who haven't even bound us because they're scared to do so. And then, like, you could even have a moment of levity where they're looking. The soldiers see them, and then they look up at us, and they look over at them, and we just kind of look down at them and just do the glare, like, or up at them if we're playing a Lalafell. And then the brass blades just leave, like, no, we're not dealing with that. And then we rejoin the group, and then we finish the escape. I honestly think I would remove at least one of those negatives, if not for that. Now, Kata brings up an interesting point. And I hate to remove a negative from this terrible scene of just disgusting awfulness. I'm sorry, I'm being exaggerative to diminish my own point. It could be argued that Teleji Alegi does not deserve a negative for only one reason, really, and that is because of the fact that he gets his comeuppance. So I'm going to have to go to some case law here. I'm going to try to think of other characters in fiction that are sniveling, snively little rats that wouldn't be a negative. Now, the problem is, most of the time, the reason they wouldn't be a negative is because of the quality of the actor or actress. Kai Wynn from Deep Space Nine is brilliantly acted. She has done, the actress, I can't remember her name, but the actress does such a good job of straddling that line and giving her layers and dimensions that I couldn't give Kai Wynn a negative. Rendon Howe, same thing. Actor, absolutely salvages the character. And so forth and so on. So there's some precedents right there. I was also going to mention someone else, and I forgot it. But yeah, Pokey from the Earthbound series is another example. Of course, he doesn't have acting to go along with it. But the point is, in several cases, the acting and the writing both can help salvage a character that otherwise is just a straight-up hate sink, right? So that brings us back to Teleji Alegi. The alleged Teleji. Well, half of them, anyways. So I posit to you, to everyone except for Kata in chat right now. I'm sorry, I'm just joking. I shouldn't do that. Is Teleji... Now, this is important. Alleged Teleji. Is he well acted and well written just here? And this is important. Because I know with total certainty that later writing, later cutscenes, and later story will flesh him out more. Will add more to what was happening, and will make this all make much more sense. But again, that's later. Now, just with what we've seen on camera so far, is he well done, well written, well acted? This is the question I posit to you. I'm going to go ahead and move forward a little bit while we chew on that.
'Twould appear that much of the city is already under tight guard. It occurs to me that expanding the Brass Blade's authority may not have been such a wonderful idea after all.
The success of this plan was contingent upon those thugs having the run of the place. Just how long has this scheme been in motion?
The careful preparations, the maneuvering of forces. I am inclined to agree with the General's insistence that a deeper plot exists here.
So, part of why I mentioned that we will probably be giving more negatives is because the scenes that are about to happen are pretty much the example of, what are you doing?
So, would I be right in thinking we now have an excuse to pummel as many brass blades as we like?
Like, we're just standing here, chatting. We just ran from the Roban and Ilberd and Lolorito, and we are actually fugitives right now. We're just standing here, like.
Unless you plan on pummeling them all, I'm not sure that will greatly aid our cause.
The Sultana's assassination was but one part of the scheme. We too were its targets. And though we did not share Ponanimo's fate, we are yet hobbled by the charges laid at our door. Where now might we seek refuge?
Where indeed we may safely assume that our foe is thought to have the rising stones watched.
Forgive me for stating the obvious, but our choice of destination will matter little if we cannot secure an escape route out of Ul'dah.
Uh-huh.
Happily, I believe I can provide one. Papa Shan once told me about the passages hidden in the walls of the palace. If I recall correctly, the fireplace in Nanamo's chambers conceals the entrance to a tunnel. It should lead outside the city and allow us to avoid any messy confrontations.
Oh, now they're catching up to us. Why?
The rest of you go on ahead. I'll handle this lot.
Ida, if we wanted to kill them, we would and could. The goal here is to not kill these people.
By yourself? I suppose I shall just have to join you.
I'm sorry. The reason this irritates me so much is not the fact that they're doing the I'll save you, I'll stay behind thing, which admittedly is usually done badly. Remember, I gave a negative for the Nero scene in Crystal Tower for that same thing. But the problem here is the whole reason, the whole excuse, the whole point, which I agree with, by the way. Remember, that we're not just turning around and butchering the entire group is because of the fact that we don't want to. We're trying not to kill people. We're trying to just get out, reconnoiter, figure out our next steps. So someone turning around and saying, "Oh, I'll fight the group," is literally contrary to the entire goal here. We don't need you to stop and fight them to get away. We good.
Crystal Braves too, huh? Now this should be interesting.
Ida! Papa Limo!
Why? You could have done that on this side! You could have literally done that on this side of the gate, Papa Limo! I'm sorry.
Minfilia, we cannot linger.
No, I think you've convinced me, Kata. I've been pondering for a bit. I'm gonna remove the negative for Talaji. I'm gonna add a negative for this scene, but I'm gonna get rid of the Talaji. I actually agree with you. I actually agree with you. Dun, dun, dun. Uh-oh.
Now look what you've done.
Now I can't see anymore.
Ida, are you all right? There are just too many of them.
Maybe we should have ran instead of being stupid.
I'm fine. I could do this all day. How about you?
Nearing the end of my tether.
I'm sorry, even at 50 at level, I could have dealt with all that. I'm just saying.
This is so stupid. We're the scions of the Seventh Dawn. The ones who stand between this realm and the evil that's trying to destroy it.
And if you think we'll leave the stewardship of Eorzea to the likes of your masters, then you're sorely mistaken.
Sorry I dragged you into this, Papa Limo.
'Tis hardly the first time, and I'll be damned if it will be the last.
What? When could black mages do that? Why can't I do that as a black mage? Where's my thunder sword? Straight out of FF9.
I was hoping you'd say that.
Thank you, Zeiss, very much. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt the cutscene. No, I'm pretty sure that's black magic. Oh, Lolorito is absolutely evil. That's not the relevant point. And that's going towards Wrath of the Righteous. Speaking of which, looks like I missed one from Eric Neo as well. God, I'm terrible. Thank you, Eric Neo, if you're still there. Very much. And if you know what you want to put that towards, please let me know.
I never knew such a watercourse existed beneath Uldar.
The architecture is of the Sildine style, if I'm not mistaken.
That's how you pronounce
The
it.
ancients plainly foresaw the need for a ready means of escape.
Yeah, Talaji was the moron. He's dead now. Alright, so we've already sacrificed 2 people.
This way!
Like, you see where this is going, right?
It didn't take long. It seems these tunnels were not as secret as I'd hoped.
You two, go on ahead. Thancred and I will deal with this.
What do you mean to do?
Pointless sacrifice.
Only that which is required to ensure that the dawn's light survive to brighten the morrow.
Isn't that what I just said?
Fear not, antecedent. You haven't seen the last of these fair features.
My friends.
I don't think Minfilia has class levels.
Leave us!
Why am I going? Okay. Why aren't you coming with me?
What is the plan, milady? Shall I take the dozen on the left and you the dozen on the right? The odds are not exactly stacked in our favor.
Yes, we've been in the 45-minute cutscene for a while now. It's been going a little bit slower because I keep pausing to talk and review. But yeah, this is taking a minute.
Numbers will count for little when I bring the tunnel down upon their heads. Though I cannot say I relish the thought of being entombed with you for all eternity.
You wound me. I will have you know that many a maid would kill for the chance to spend forever at my side. Now, may I have the last dance?
Alright. This is extraordinarily unfair. How many of you have played, WoW? Played Warlords of Draenor, specifically, and done the, Frostfire Ridge? Hang on. Storyline. But, yeah, it's Ridge. I'm right. Yeah, you know this cutscene I'm mentioning, Mr. Red. This is an extraordinarily unfair comparison. But I can't help but think about that, which is one of the best...
This is going splendidly. Now would be a good time, milady!
Heroic sacrifice, things like... It's almost the same cutscene. One person stays behind to allow the mage time in order to bring down the cave, in order to stop the army from pursuing the people and all that fun stuff, right? And that cutscene just blows this one completely out of the water. And I know that's unkind, but I can't help but make the comparison, because it's one of the biggest issues with this entire sequence of events. They were going for epic, and instead what they got was weak. And thank you, Rax, for answering for me.
Forgive me, Mitra.
But yes, we're not just analyzing story. That's, of course, not the purpose.
Farewell, Minfilia.
A lot of gameplay analysis, gameplay design discussion as well. After all, what is a game if it has no gameplay. So it's 2 more down. We're down to just us and Worthless.
Heidelin, she speaks to me. No. I must remain behind, but you cannot stay with me.
Oh my god.
Please, you must go on. You are the warrior of light. You are hope for the Scions and for all the realm. As long as your flame continues to burn, the light of the dawn may ever be relit. You must escape and save Eorzea from those who would plunge it into darkness. Tis the only way.
But Y'shtola just collapsed the thing. What are you going to do? What do you think you're going to accomplish here, Minfilia? What this really feels like, from a writer's perspective, is that the writers were just trying to etch a sketch as hard as and fast as possible, right? Just clear the board for Heavensward. Because you notice that's exactly what's accomplished here. All this stuff is wiped out quickly and efficiently, if not well done, so that we can just move all this stuff behind us and get into Heavensward.
Safe, my friend. What of the others? Damn that man!
Oh yeah, no, I agree. In concept, I get it. And again, we lose, right? You know me. I like a good story in which we lose and we have to come back from that. But instead, they just kind of... Okay, let's do Heavensward.
Taleji played me for a fool! I thought the Crystal Brave's mine till the very moment I felt the blade at my back.
Oh yeah, by the way, Pippin, we've actually seen him, I think, once before now. But this is effectively his introduction to the narrative. We'll be seeing a bunch of him in the future.
There will be ample time for soul-searching later. For now, we must put some arms between us and Ul'dah.
I'm probably not going to give Pippin a plus in ARR, but I think he's going to get a plus in future stuff, because Pippin's a bro. And I admit I like this little tidbit here. It's a little thing, but I do like this. Remember him?
Would you look who it is? Need a ride? I doubt it'll be half as exciting as the last trip we took. Not if I have anything to say about it anyway.
And we end ARR with Alphino and the Merchant. The only one missing is Alize.
Let's not dawdle, eh? All aboard!
So I'll give you that one, game. Lolorito, Pillars of Snow. By the way, we're still in the same cutscene. There's a reason this one cutscene is legendary.
I was stocking up on supplies over in Vesper Bay, you see, when your sister come up and begged a favour. Said her brother was having some trouble down in Ul'dah, and likely needed a helping hand getting away.
Never mind, apparently it was Alize.
Thinking them ruins would make a fine hiding place, I decided to try there first. And lo and behold, there you were. Aye, and judging by them soldiers as were pouring out of the city, I arrived not a moment too soon.
Now, this will never happen, but I would love it if right about now the camera just tilted a bit to the left, and there's just a Moogle there. I don't know. Just, you know. just doing the Moogle drink, you know. In the camera. Shift back.
Must have been fate that we happened to find you there, though, eh?
I had thought to look out for Alize, but would appear she was the one watching over me. I've made such a mess of things.
And who might you be, young sir?
Pippin Taropin, Vice Marshal of the Immortal Flames. I had been on the Alamegan front these past few moons, but an urgent communication called me back to Ul'dah. Scarce had my boots touched the cobbles, though, when the streets erupted with cries of assassination. I immediately went in search of answers, and came across Master Alfino here. Needless to say, I did not think his imprisonment justified. The blame plainly lies with the Monitarists. Their greed and corruption are well known to me, but for them to take advantage of the situation with such alacrity...
Was that Pippin, you said? Ain't that the name of General Alden's lad?
Yes, I am his son. Adopted, of course. 'Twas only as we were leaving Ul'dah that I learned of father's fate. Once I have seen you a safe distance away, I mean to return to the city and extricate him from this madness.
Oh yeah, by the way, remember how the Immortal Flames are by and large mostly personally loyal to Roban? Just remember that for a minute.
Then you needn't travel no further than Blackbrush. Our fugitives have a friend waiting for them there.
I dreamed of bringing about Eorzea's salvation, but in the end, 'twas I who needed saving.
I'm kind of with Mr. Red. I think Alphino is too hard on himself, but at the same time, I don't blame him at all. I mean, wouldn't you? There's actually a guy up front who's steering at Blackflower. We see him briefly in the cutscene. And then the voice acting stops. The soldiers will be searching for a while. Reckon we'll have to take a carriage back towards Ul'dah and get a lay of the land. Maybe provide a distraction if need be. You three wait here. Help will be along shortly. Stay strong, friends. The real fight is yet to come. Dude, you have absolutely no idea. Alright, let's go. Now I'm going to do something kind of weird. Maybe. Yep, nope, this is the spot. So I'm actually going to pause the game for just a moment and go play WoW. Alright, now to play a... No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't do this. Do I think this Aftermath falls into the SNES RPG effect? Absolutely. They were still getting a hold of how to do cutscenes, and we know from later cutscenes they get a lot better at them, so enough said on that front. Loke the Night Reaper does ask a good question. Is there any reason we couldn't have casted magical healing to stop everything instead of sitting there like a moron? Yeah, actually, there is a very specific reason we couldn't do that. Because there's nothing clear... we aren't necessarily a healer. I know, I'm a healer, because I've got everything at 80, but it's entirely possible to reach this point in the game as a level 50 gladiator, actually. So, as a direct consequence, they can't let us do certain things in lore, because they don't know what we can do in lore. It is another one of those little consequences of when you allow the player customization. This is true in any MMO, really. They can't really gauge what you're capable of. Yeah, as Rax says, and so that's kind of a thing. And yes, Zed Slayer is explaining it quite well, but the simple fact is, let me put this in simple terms. South Figaro is a city in lore. In the game, it's like 7 screens of a couple of buildings. Vector is an entire nation, and each of the towns on the southern continent are actually city-states in lore, but they can't show that in a SNES RPG. SNES RPG effect is not just something that affects SNES RPGs, though. It's just that SNES RPG, in the SNES era, it was normalized. You literally couldn't show things. But even when you get up to the PS2 and onward era, there are still some games that just can't or don't showcase all that they want to. So you get this little snippet, and you're just kind of supposed to presume the rest is there. Anyways. But actually, before we show off the cutscene, which I am going to do, I'm going to audit. So let's get some nice auditing music going here. So what Casual's referring to as WoW effect, I think, is something I refer to as MMO scale, which is a different problem. So MMO scale is actually related to SNES RPG's effect, but different in many ways. For example, WoW is actually a better example. You can literally walk across a continent in WoW on feet in, I think it's something like 45 minutes. That's MMO scale in a nutshell. You're not really supposed to think of it that way. But you can see how MMO scale and SNES RPG are the same thing. The difference between the two is SNES RPG is a limitation of capacity, whereas MMO scale is something that should be. Because let's be very clear, if Azeroth was as large as it should be in lore, that game would suck. I know this because I've played Daggerfall. Alright, let's get some Final Fantasy music going. You know what? I know what we'll play. Hang on. Let me pull up Winamp. Alright, let's get some ambient music going on here. Alright, so, FF14. I expect this will be relatively quick, actually. That's true. Winlock is correct. Sometimes you have to make things larger than they should be, because limitations of camera and gameplay. Alright, let's see here. So we've got AI design doesn't really exist in this game in any strict sense of the word, so we're just going to skip that. They don't really have All Roads Lead to Rome quest design. We already talked about animations. Audio spam isn't a problem. That's not a problem. There's no alternate leveling. We've already talked about backtracking. Bestiary doesn't exist, really. Bosses, we've covered lots of bosses. Covered that. There's no builds. There probably is. Dream Whisperer. What's PlanetSide? There you go. PlanetSide is an FPS MMO. Camera. I'm not going to give a negative for camera now. It's only shown up once in ARR. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I need to do something else too. 204. There's no choices. There's aggressively anti-co-op controls are fine. Core mechanics, crashes, don't occur. Counter design we've already talked about. Enemy variety. Enemy variety in an MMO. I almost want to disqualify enemy variety as a category from MMOs. Because every MMO we will cover will have more enemy variety than 10 other single-player games. You know what I mean? Thoughts? Remember, enemy variety refers not just to the fact that they look different or have different models, but that they attack in different ways and different approaches. Because, like, if we count enemy variety, then, for example, even STO is going to be, you know, gushing with enemy variety. Because, for those of you not aware, every faction of ships attacks differently, and there are lots of factions in STO. So, you know, Romulans, Klingons, Cardassians, Zinkethi, all of them have different styles and approach and strategy for attacking you. So, it has good enemy variety, but there's so much of it that I feel weirded out to do that. Now, I suppose in the interest of fairness, ARR itself doesn't actually have a lot of enemy variety. We've got ranged enemies, melee enemies, and telegraph enemies, and that's actually kind of it. And boss stuff doesn't qualify for this. We cover bosses as their own thing. So now that I'm thinking about it, I might not give a positive to ARR for enemy variety. Thoughts? Like, trash design isn't really ARR's strong suit. Yeah, they get much better. You know what? I think we'll use that approach going forward. We will go ahead and consider enemy variety for MMOs. And I think I'll just consider ARR as a wash. I don't think it's a negative. I don't think it's boring. I don't think it's... Because there are games that have negative enemy variety. Tor! But, yeah, let's go ahead and cover that. We do have fast travel. We covered that. Graphics aren't super impressive for ARR, so we called that mostly a wash. With a couple of exceptions. Town design... I'm not going to give a plus to the town design in this game. I think I can think of later towns which will probably get a plus to the design and layout of the towns. But I feel like any positives I would give to the layout and design of the towns in ARR is more of an Ethernet network plus, which I already gave. HUD we already talked about. There's no... We actually don't have a hyper beam moment in ARR. We have one in Heavensward. We already covered that. We covered that. Info's already covered on that. Ironically, there's not really a lot of kit in this game. I mean, there is. It's just not in the usual sense. Level scaling, penalty for failure. We actually talked about that. What do we think of the map from a gameplay perspective? Oh, you know what? That's fair, Dream Whisperer. But I actually did give that a positive, now that you bring that up. Yep, right there. Ironically, we also have a hyper fail moment. We just had one. Although that was entirely narrative, so it doesn't really count. I mean, that's true, Cashel? Yeah, I would call the map serviceable. And honestly, I think I'm just going to call it a wash. The more I think about that, the more I think we're just going to call it a wash. It's not a negative, which is better than most MMOs. In fact, I would say every MMO except for one would probably be either a negative or a wash when it comes to map design. Okay, quest. We definitely covered the quests. Music, we talked about. New Game Plus, we talked about. Options, quality of life features. I don't know if this counts. So, we have a category called replayability. Now, I think replayability does apply to an MMO. Anybody who's ever had the desire to replay a quest arc or go back through content knows what replayability is, right? Even in MMO space. So do we think ARR specifically has replayability? This is entirely on a gameplay axis, I should probably mention. There. No, none of that. Did I already get that? Yep. Cool. Yeah, I find myself leaning towards not giving a replayability plus for ARR. Hi, Maverick. That's a new outfit. Oh, sure, you get a coat and tie. I get nothing. I think I'm going to go with no. I don't think ARR has replayability in the sense that we usually define it as. It has the New Game Plus, which we did give a separate positive for, but that's it. Alright, so narrative. So this should actually be really quick. Classes... so classes aren't that. Yeah, no, that's here. Let me give you all something to look at. I mean, you can't actually Dream Whisper, or rather, you can, but not in the way you should. So let's say you like, oh man, I want to try out this other class and play through this other section of the game. Okay, cool. Well, go grind for a long time to get your new class to 50 before you can go and re-enjoy the content, because the replaying the content in New Game Plus gives nothing, as we've already showcased. Oh god, the game started playing music. Yeah, I think if the New Game Plus gave experience, I would probably lean towards yes, and probably give another plus to the New Game Plus for that matter. But as is, I don't think it qualifies. All right, narrative. I'm just going to kind of race through this because I think we've covered most of this. I don't see there's any really good banter in ARR. Dialogue is honestly not all that special. Frankly, I'm not impressed with the doodads in ARR. External continuity obviously doesn't exist here. Well, actually, that's not fair. It does connect to 1.0. Hang on, that's actually a good point. Hang on. I feel like I might have mentioned 1.0 here already. I mean, yes, you can replay a dungeon over and over, but that doesn't add or even encourage replayability. Like, I could drop this thing. I can actually literally drop it. Hang on. I can drop this thing over and over and over, but this does not add replayability. This is not a plus to gameplay. There's nothing here that's actually adding to the experience, you know what I mean? Twice I dropped that. Well, I suppose the question is then, does this game handle 1.0 in a way that adds to the story, to the narrative? And I'm double checking here, because I swear I actually mentioned that somewhere. I might have baked it into something else. Like, okay, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking of positive 29, the coil thing. And I did actually give a positive 4 that didn't coil. Double checking a few other things, and that's going to be it. Yeah, okay. Alright, cool. Moving on. Fake drama. Moving on. Foreshadowing, I gave a foreshadowing plus. Internal continuity. I'll go ahead and toss out another positive. I've technically given 2 positives for internal continuity, but we'll give just a generic one for error. It does keep itself fairly self-consistent. Why did the music stop? God damn it. Sorry. Pisses me off. Alright. Lighting is honestly bad. In fact, I think I gave a negative to the lighting. But that's on the gameplay axis. Localization's great. Yep. Moments, it's obvious. Music direction we gave negatives to. Sorry, they're all in Japanese, so I just have to listen for it, Dream Whisperer. I know, Zed Slayer, it's so dumb. Okay. Adding, we already mentioned that. Plot. Actually, I've given several plot pluses, so I'm just gonna sit by that. We didn't really have any Princess Peach segments. We will in the future. Didn't really have any here. Sound design for audio is story sequencing is fine-ish. Storytelling mechanics we already talked about. Themes, yeah, we already talked about. Visual continuity, visual storytelling. Visual continuity. I think I'm not going to give a plus for visual continuity for ARR specifically. If you didn't know, it doesn't... Well, God, there's some terrifying things in my face. I bet you wouldn't know how these zones actually connect other than by zooming out the camera and just looking at it here, you know what I mean? There's not a great amount of visual continuity in ARR specifically. Probably because they were literally doing the Kingdom Hearts thing. Like, have you noticed that? What I mean by that is, and Kingdom Hearts does this in spades up until, I think, 3, where there's a zone, and then there's another zone, and they're implied to be, like, way apart from each other, because they have the limitations of the hardware, so they can't show all of the in-between. So you just feel like you're teleporting across the map as you go through some of the areas in Kingdom Hearts 2, especially. Oh my god, and then the music started up again. Why? I've already given that multiple negatives, so I'm not going to layer it on, but god damn. I hate that crap. Alright, whatever. That's actually everything. So, the reason this is all so very relevant is because I want to give a silver number to ARR. I think we are, for all intents and purposes, done with ARR. So we're up to 79 pluses to story. 32 negatives to story. 75 pluses to gameplay. And 78 negatives to gameplay. And that tracks, to be honest with you. No, it's like a lighter color, Mr. Red, and it doesn't have yellowishness to it. Yeah, let's see. So let's do some numbers here, shall we? Yeah, you can just tell how toxic I am here. Would anyone like to guess how many hours we've spent just on ARR? Because I have an exact number now. That's also not counting the full number, which won't even come into account until we do the golden number. $100? Okay. 230? Way too high. Oh, geez, Umbral Magnus, that's way too broad of it. Look at the negatives list and just go down that list. There you go, there's my answer. I need to do some math, holy crap. I am not doing a rumination on this. I am not that stupid. Alright. 79, 32 is 111. And I've lost everything. There it is. There we go. Frankly, I didn't either, USN Corp. But, I mean, here we are. And well, there's some people walking around here. There's all these people here. I don't know what's going on here. And then that's going to be 75 out of 174. Okay, and that should be everything, actually. A brief drum roll. ARR scores 92.73 silver number. Quite frankly, that is much higher than I expected, especially since I kind of hate it and never want to play it again. But that actually tracks, because remember, that is a net positive of 47 to story, and that tracks for dragging the score up that high. That is pretty good. But I'm never playing this again. Screw this. Moving on. Alright, so. Who is that? Oh, that's Kata. Hi, Kata. What's with the ears? Alright, so. Yeah, I was going to say, so ARR got a 92. What do you think the expansions are going to get? So, when is the best time to watch the cutscene? Like, I know we've got this, and then we're going to go into Kurthus, and then we're going to have a thing. I mean, I could just do it now. Screw it, I'm just going to do it now. Oh, after post-credits? Is there a quest after the post-credits? What? Oh, God, what? Let me rephrase that. Is there an ARR quest after the post-credits? Because there's kind of something I want to do, and I have to rejigger it a little bit to show it off. But I really want to do it this way. Oh, thank you, Gigapudding. Alright, yep, so I'm going to go ahead and show off the cutscene now, then, because I want to do things in a weird way. Just bear with me. I will explain why I'm doing things this way in a minute. I'm going to adjust the document to shove ARR down now. I don't know how many days this was. How many days was this? 127.29 hours. Movies. Evan's Word. That's us, Magister. We're the cloaked figure. Each expansion has a canonical job. Warrior, Dragoon, Samurai, Dark Knight, I think? And I have no idea what Endwalkers is. Man, who would play Monk, though? That's ridiculous. Hi, Sid. Funny, Lolorito's in these twice, by the way. Did you notice that? I was gonna say, and then everyone quickly goes and levels Dragoon. So, plus the story. Obvious. Probably one of the better title songs. In fact, I think this is actually my favorite title song. I could be wrong about that. I know I got really sick of the Stormblood one. I'm gonna have to remind myself which of the cinematics is my favorite. I barely remember the Stormblood one. And the only thing I remember about the Shadowbringers one is that it is extremely spoilery if you know what's going on. I'm not gonna say how or what. Okay. So let's wipe the board a little bit. Remember, all of this will be going into the same overall score, but... Q. Okay. You know what? Let's go ahead and... where the hell is... There we go. Let's accept our new role in life, shall we? We're going to be looking like this for a while. And I hope you like it, because I love this outfit. And God, I love this spear. This thing is so cool. Look at it. Look at it. Anyways, so... I'm not going to say anything. I just really want you to see what's about to happen. Oh god, I have to restart. Right, yeah, let's resume. So let's do this. Let's get on with it and get into Ishgard, shall we? Ah! That's Terra. Oh, thanks. It's a good question, Dream Whisperer. Most unassuming folk can prove to be our greatest allies. That fellow was but a passing merchant, yet lent his aid without a moment's hesitation or hint of concern for his own safety. Though I can well imagine how a man could feel inspired to risk all in your presence. Father spoke often of you, Lore, and long have I looked forward to our first meeting. Needless to say, this is not at all how I envisioned it. Master Alphino, you must not give in to despair. That would only play into our enemy's hands. So long as you and Lore are free, we may yet set things right. Forgive me, Marshal Tarupin, but Alphino, my boy! Sorry to keep you waiting. Hey, Sid. Sid? Pulling you out of the fire, as usual. Your merchant friend told me everything. Truly? That he is no merchant but an angel in peddler's clothing. But tell me, how do you intend to bear our friends to safety? Well, I got an airship. I hid the Enterprise. We must find a place beyond the reach of the Monetarists and the Crystal Braves. I mean, yeah, it's really obvious in hindsight. This is one thing I will give the 2.x patches. They do a lot to establish how much rep we have in Ishgard. Like, we personally help them, like, 5 separate times. And, you know, Aymeric likes us, and Hoshifon likes us, and just, yeah, it's... We've got a bit of a thing going on. We're still kind of heroic in Ishgard, so it makes sense that they would shelter us from Ul'dah. Even, and this is doubly funny, I don't actually think they even acknowledge this. There's these things called extradition treaties. It's a really common thing. Nation A makes a treaty with Nation B, and the way it works is if a criminal goes from A to B, well then, because of the extradition treaty, Nation B will then arrest that person on charges of being a fugitive, which is actually not a real charge criminally, but let's not get into the legalese for a second. And then they will ship them over to Nation A, so Nation A can actually deal with them, right? Ishgard doesn't exactly have extradition treaties with anybody. And this is the quiet brilliance of this, because obviously we're going to go to Ishgard. It's the Heavensward expansion. But we had nowhere else to go, really. We could have... well, that's not quite true, but we couldn't have gone to Gridania, and we couldn't have gone to Limsa Lominsa, because they're part of the Eorzean Alliance, which has extradition treaties with Ul'dah. Like I said, I don't know if they ever acknowledge that, but it's a nice little bit of world building in the background. So, I must remain here. I dare not abandon Ul'dah to the monetarists and their cronies. You may be certain they will seek to defame you, both here and in other city-states, but no, I shall do my utmost to thwart their every effort. Frankly, I don't expect it to be much of a challenge. The small folk will not turn so easily on the Warrior of Light and his allies, no matter what the monetarists claim. Master Tarpon, I don't know what to say. Now that father would labor to believe. But enough talk. You must go. Your airship awaits. Okay. I know I'm not exactly dressed for Heaven's Word, but, I mean, give me a break. Up, up. No rest for the righteous. Ain't that the truth? Da 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 da. I mean, I could go as my astrologian, but that's going to make certain quests suck. Yeah, I don't know if they formally grant us asylum, but yeah, for all intents and purposes, they grant us asylum. They say, yeah, no, piss off. In the name of King Loghain, I demand that you kill this person. Yeah, piss off. Thanks, Sid. See you in an optional quest in a while from now. Or maybe the MSQ is before that, I don't know. But anyways. Really wish Ishgard was one zone, but let's not go into that. Literally couldn't. We should make for Camp Dragonhead and speak with Lord Honchefal. Honchefal. God, that's a hard word to say. And yeah, this is part of why I pointed out how Aymeric caught on to what was going on. Thanks for the airship. I'm gonna be honest, I don't actually have many strong memories of Heaven's Word. I know, blasphemy. It'll be interesting to see how it rates, but I stand by what I've said several times. I'm pretty sure that at least a portion of why Heaven's Word stands out so much in people's memories as being so amazing is because it immediately followed ARR. I've already given this theory. It's the wrath of FF14. It still has its problems. It doesn't hit the highs that later expansions do. But it's such a step up in quality from BC. I mean, ARR. And I've said it so many times. BC and ARR are the equivalent of each other in terms of expansions. And that tracks more than you think. Because BC, some people think, well, hang on, well, what about 1.0? I know this doesn't 100% fit, but the 1.0 of WoW is vanilla. And then in both cases, the games were just overhauled and made substantially better across the board. How many of you remember what they did to talents in BC? Just to name one massive change. You know? So yeah, BC, ARR, huge step up. And then both of them had an even higher cliff up to Wrath and to Heaven's Word. Alphino, you okay? Enchefant, how you doing? Master Alvino told me your tale, lore. It warms my heart. You should trust to turn to me before all others. I mean... I shall endeavor to deserve your trust. Alas, the situation here has grown more complicated in your absence. It would be best if we explained in full.
There has been word from the capital. Ishgard has weathered another assault, and 'tis said several wyverns broke through into the city proper. The Temple Knights succeeded in slaying the beasts, but the intrusion prompted orders to further strengthen the guard, and to place the city under a perpetual state of alert.
How keenly we feel the loss of our wards at the Gates of Judgment. Yet we must not bemoan our misfortune. Sir Emmerich is safely returned from Ul'dah, and once more leads the defense of Ishgard. As for the matter of your asylum, I am afraid no progress will be made until the threat to our nation is diminished. But do not despair. You are not without allies. You are more than welcome to shelter here for as long as you wish. Pray, think of it as a new headquarters of sorts. The Falling Snows, or some such. All frivolity aside, any who come here in search of you will receive no aid from House Forton. For once, the Ishgardian reputation for inhospitality shall work in our favor. Agents of Ul'dah will find their every inquiry dismissed, and their every request for entry rebuffed, until such time as their masters have acknowledged your innocence. You once fought to preserve the honor of my dear friend. 'Tis a blessing that I may now repay that debt in kind. But let us dwell no more on this. Pray, join the rest of your companions. 'Tis bitterly cold this day. I suspect there are those who might welcome the warmth your presence brings.
Cut to an extremely raunchy sex scene between us and Al-Shapal. How long was it between this patch 2.55 and Heavensworth launch? Another cutscene bevel. 3 months. I just mentioned that because there's a 3-month gap we're going to skip over in the space of a few seconds here. On purpose. Alphino? Lore, is it really you? Hi, Tataro. It's okay, Tataro. It's okay. It's okay. Hey, 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 hey. Come here, come here, come here. It's okay. It's okay. I tried contacting Manphili and the others, but no one would respond. And then the Crystal Braves, our own people, turned on us in the marketplace. Philemon told me to run, and so I did. And I ran until my lungs burned and my feet ached, and I lost my way, and then... Fortunately, I had observed some of the Braves acting suspiciously beforehand. Thank you, Yugiri, for continuing to be a bro. And, yeah, hey, look, the models are in now. Ah, yes, my mask. It was lost in the struggle. Pretty, isn't she? Anyway, after Yugiri found me, we traveled to Vesper Bay and met up with Urianger. When we told him what happened, he used his magics to weave a glamour around the Waking Sands. From the outside, our old headquarters now looks like an abandoned storehouse. The transformation didn't take long, either. Apparently, Urianger started making preparations after the Imperial attack. Just in case the Empire ever chose to pay us another visit. Good thinking, huh? Sorry, where was I? Ah, right. Waking Sands. We were hoping others would come, but nobody did. My people are searching for the other Scions even as we speak, but we have met with no success as yet. I had hoped you might be able to suggest some further places to look, but you should know the Rising Stones did not share the Waking Sands' good fortune. Only Crystal Braves await you there. Be that as it may, we have yet cause to hope, yes? If the two of you have escaped, it's not impossible the others would have done so as well. You may have been forsaken by men and women believed true, but rest assured the people of Doma stand with you. That's because the people of Doma are awesome. There's only one character I don't like of all the Domans we encounter, by the way. Points if you can guess whom. But rest assured, we welcome this opportunity to repay our debts and shall continue our efforts to locate the others and see the Scions restored to their rightful place of honor.
"'Tis all my doing. I believed myself the only one who truly understood Eosia's woes. and look what that arrogance has wrought.
Asahi is a Garlean. I mean, I guess he's not really, but no.
I gave commands, influenced governments with my certainty. I treated the Crystal Braves and even the Scions themselves as pawns in my great scheme to save the realm.
Hein is correct, by the way.
But in my headlong rush into imagined glory, I paid no heed to the ground upon which I trod. The salvation of Eorzea. What was it that I hoped to achieve? Did I believe that I could rid the realm of every danger and difficulty? That I could defeat the Empire and the Ascians, and find homes for every refugee? Oh, yes. I was so very clever. Become a guardian of Eorzea, I implored, and sat back to watch my perfect army cleanse the land of chaos, which was all but a means to feed my own vanity. Only when all is lost do I finally realize the truth.
Oh, Alfino.
So, Master Alfino, are you content to remain a broken blade? Is there no flame hot enough to reforge you? What of the fine companions who yet stand at your side? I dare say the fires of their determination will soon have you slicing the air again with your customary wit.
I hardly deserve such friendship. And besides, where are we to go?
Alfino, if I may? Should this place not serve our purpose, then we shall go to Ishgard. Minfilia told me many times, as long as we stand fast against despair, the beacon of hope will never be lost to sight. Be it in the snow or in the clouds, we few will see that the dawn's light shines again.
You are right, Tataru. Thank you. And thank you for your kind words, Lord Orchefon. 'Tis true that Eorzea yet has her guardians. The Scions have achieved much, and 'twould be remiss of me to discard it all in a fit of self-pity. Let us then resume our journey, together, one step at a time.
Meanwhile, elsewhere. Oh no, actually, hang on. First we got the credits. I think. Maybe. Yep, okay. Yep, skip. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Yep, she was working for Lolorito all along.
Arranged as you desired, my lord.
Dun dun dun. 3 months. We already said that, Mr. Red. 3 months. He's not the Sultan, but he is now in charge of Ul'dah. In every way that matters. 3 members of the Syndicate have been removed from the board. And yeah, he's not happy about it. As we'll find out later. Now Brialis is no more. The ardor was not his to invoke. His demise was of his own making. Nevertheless, it concerns me. They have extinguished that which should rightly be eternal. Mayhap he was not wholly mistaken. Greater haste may be warranted. We are of one mind. The northern lands, then? The earth is fertile and the seeds well sown. By my will they shall reap salvation unlike any the world has known. Also I'm evil. By his will. By his will. Dun, dun, dun. I have answered thy summons, emissary. Speak and make thine intent known. We already did, Fife. I would speak of fate, Archon. Yours, mine, the fate of this very star. Well, shoot. Yeah, we're not done yet. We got a couple more. Still not showing the city because it wasn't in the game yet. Hello, Migdorsormer.
Thou thinkest sanctuary lieth beyond. Delusion, despair, death. Thou shalt find naught else here.
To preserve the dawn's light. The heroes, excuse me, journeyed north. Their hearts filled with hope, their eyes fixed heavensward. Roll credits. Wow, that was a fast roll credits. We haven't even started heavensward yet. Hey, alright, so we're going to do something real quick here. Before we do anything else, we just got to race into this because I want you to experience something that I did. Hey, Alphino. So it's been 3 months. We already watched it, Pillars of Snow. Did nobody watch it with us? We just watched it.
The dawn's light will shine again.
And there it is, right there.
So long as we have these specious accusations hanging over us, we will struggle to achieve anything. You must go to Ishgard, as Tataru proposed. I will return to Uldar and set things right.
Pray, do not be so hasty, Master Alphino.
Lord Orchefort.
Sorry, I'm gonna pause for just a second. Cause so I didn't play at launch of Heavensward. I played very shortly after launch of Heavensward. And that's when so timeline, I've already told this out, but to give you a bit of an idea. I was actually back at that one stupid quest. It's the one outside the freaking the graveyard. You remember that one? I actually said that was the spot where I quit the game for a while. So shortly after Heavensward came out, I picked the game back up, and I would stay subscribed all the way to Stormblood, which will be my next quit point, which I'll point out when we get there. But the point is, Heavensward had already been out for a bit. In fact, I think they were in their last patch, and Stormblood was, like, coming out. I'm not sure the exact particulars, but either way, that's when I picked the game up. So I smashed through the rest of our ARR, did all that stuff, got into Heavensward, and I experienced everything exactly as I just showed it to you, which is why I wanted you to experience that. Because as I'm going through, I'm like, and then this cutscene starts, and it was just, wait, what? I didn't know about the voice changeover. So Alphino, rather suddenly just clunking out of nowhere, actually caught me by surprise. And I was just, wait, what? Because it's such a shock, and especially if you go from one scene to another like we just did, it's rather jarring.
Full well do I understand your desire to clear your names. But now is not the time for drastic action. You yet have allies upon whom you can rely. There is no need to act alone.
Yes. Yes, of course. Pray forgive my impatience.
I bring tidings. Count Edmond has decreed that the three of you be taken in as wards of House Fortin. Under our patronage, you shall be granted access to the city proper. Pray, consider our manor your new headquarters, from which you may gather information and plan how best to proceed. Needless to say, should any of your missing allies be found, as I am certain they shall, they will of course be welcome to join you there.
You are more than generous, my friend. On behalf of my fellows, I humbly accept your offer of hospitality.
The Count is a good man and just. He will treat you with the kindness and respect that a hero and dear friend deserves.
To Ishgard, then. Together. There we shall carry on the Scion's legacy. There we shall begin anew.
Here!
Usually, by the way, I should talk about this. Hey! Usually I'm not in favor of changing the cast. This is one of those precious few exceptions to that. Because, it's just so much better. It's just such an improvement. Pretty much across the board. I must go ahead and speak with the Count. Fear not, for everything has been arranged. The sentries at the gates of judgment have been informed of the decision. State your names, blah, 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 blah. I should probably mention... Oh yeah, the voice direction also jumps up substantially. They actually got an actual voice acting team, to be blunt. Wait. Sorry. That's habit. There we go. We ride. I was gonna say something, and I can't remember what it was. Shoot. Oh, this is a really big deal overall. They'll talk more about it in a minute, but one of the noble houses is actually offering us a degree of protection and honor of effectively becoming a member of the house. That's a huge deal. It is actually a gargantuan that they're willing to do this for us, and it is probably in no small part due to everything we've done, not the least of which being the steps of the faith, as we talked about earlier. So we did it. We got out of ARR. Finally. We've even got a semi-draconic thing. That's should I be worried about all the dragons around here? I've been told dragons are bad. I'm sure it's no big deal. Let's go ahead and we bow in honor. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're gonna finally leave ARR, and I'm never playing it again! I will never have to play ARR again. Oh my god. I apparently need to go this way, so we'll go this way. I am so happy about that. You have no idea. Even though it was a 90 on the score, God, I never want to play that game again. Alright. Hi. I am a ward of House Fotem. No, Palpatrix! No! By the way, there's going to be a lot of...
At a friend's behest. Heroes once celebrated as saviors of Eorzea, brought low through treachery, their names blackened with royal blood. With memories of the lost and dreams of redemption, with hope yet in their hearts, they came.
Heavensward started the trend of really doing a lot of cutscenes with what we were wearing. And I mentioned that because... Oh, god damn it.
Shining city on the mount, overlooking the dominion of Kurthus. A great and proud nation, devoted to Halone, the Fury, ruled by Thordan VII, Archbishop of the Ishgardian Orthodox Church. The last bastion of the faith, her walls ever bristling with the sworn swords and spears of her 4 high houses. A land that after 1,000 years of war had forgotten what it was to be at peace.
And they have their own 0.1% problem, as they all do in this world.
Through gates long closed, the warrior of light and his companions passed, entering at last a city whose history was written in blood. In the midst of the Dragonsong War they came, 3 weary travelers whose arrival would set in motion great change. Though none knew then how great.
And yes, our narrator for this one is going to be Count Edmond de Fotem. Now, I like the central melody, the motif of Heavensward. They use it a lot. Arguably, they overuse it a lot. But, like, you'll notice it's playing right now. But yes, sorry, I should probably mention several people in chat were saying RIP. The actor, the gentleman who played Count Fotem, died. Which sucks, as it always does. And that's awful. I don't have anything else to add to that. I never do. Whatever else you add on top of it, that sucks. I feel like a child in a giant's castle. From the far... That was recently, too, wasn't it? On behalf of House Fotem, I bid you welcome to Ishgard. Yeah, as I say, it's just a few months ago. My lord humbly bids you request your presence at his residence in the Pillars, if you would come with me. So, we're actually going to skip the MSQ for just a second. Let's show off the city. So, as with the previous city, it is chunked into 2 areas. The layout's a little bit better and at the same time a little bit worse. Like I said, I don't think we're going to get to actual good city design until we get to Stormblood, where we'll see several actually well-designed cities. But visually, it's much better, I think. I think they did a much better job. Even at a glance, you can actually tell that the textures, they're not great, but they have improved. Can't use them out. That's true in all of them. I shouldn't say that. I'm not sure about Endwalker. But, we walk up here, we got this thing, bong, everything's cool. The aesthetic is obvious. Kind of pseudo-Gothic architecture with lots of snow. It's always snowing here, because of the aforementioned ether problems. Hypothetically, that should actually change in a long-term sense. Notice how this place is also partially in ruins. Chunks of the ground are gone, chunks of the walls are gone, there's debris here and there. As I've said several times, and it really deserves to be re-emphasized, Ishgard is bleeding out. Ishgard is on its way out. This place used to be a great and amazing and fantastic city, and it's been dying a slow death for about a millennia. Now, they do have resources and supplies, and they do attempt to rebuild as much and as often as they can. It's why they've endured this long. But if you check around, and just everywhere around here is just wrecked to some extent or another. In fact, if you pay attention, you'll notice some portions of certain buildings literally have scaffolding just sitting on them, ready for repairs when they are needed. Okay, let's go ahead and check out the northern... So I don't like the northern portion of the city nearly as much, but we'll go ahead and show it off a little bit here. There's that motif again. This is our vendor row. There's always a vendor row. It's decently designed. I've spent a lot of time buying stuff in this row, so I'm rather familiar with it. Up here, we of course have the auction house, as there's always one. And I believe... Where am I? Yep, nope. This is where we do retainer stuff. Yep, I'm right. There's our summoning bell, which I could do stuff with, but who cares? Just kind of showing off a little bit. Yeah, I was deliberately not doing that because I'm pretty sure the Dark Knight quests take us to the broom, right? Or am I misremembering? In which case, ignore me. I could just go show it off individually right now. Okay, they do. I thought so. That's what I thought. Yeah, we'll show off the broom or the broomare, however it's pronounced, in a bit. We get a bit of a view. We can kind of see a little bit of the structure of this place. As you can see, it's a little bigger on the inside than it was on the outside. Mostly because, again, this whole city wasn't actually built back when we went to Ishgard first in ARR. A lot of random knights up here. Each one of them has a different weapon. Interesting. And that, of course, leads up into there. We'll go ahead and go into first person so you can really see this sucker. You can kind of get a vibe for what's in there, just based on the look of it. Because, yeah. It's a shame it's not daytime, but we'll be going through here quite a lot, so you'll be able to see chunks of it here and there. Okay. Chiffon. Let's go! I cannot tell you how long I've waited for this day. Allow me to present you my family home, Fortem Manor. I should like nothing more than to show you around, but everyone's gathered to receive you. Now, my friends, introductions must be made. And yeah, I need to try off, see if I can reach the firmament at all. I'm not sure I can.
My lord, I have returned with the Scions.
I hope your journey was not too taxing. I, Count Edmond de Fortom, do bid you welcome. As wards of House Fortom, you shall be afforded every courtesy. My home is your home.
My companions and I are deeply honored, Count Fortin.
The honor is mine, Master Alphino. Consider it an expression of our gratitude for your service to Ishgard.
Forgive me, my lord, but are you not concerned? To accept foreign guests at such a juncture, especially ones with our reputation.
Do not worry yourself on my account. 'Tis true that Ishgard's first thought has ever been the war effort, hence the closing of our borders, yet it is in troubled times most of all that men should seek allies. Don't you think? Granted, my decision will have raised eyebrows in the vault and in the halls of the other high houses. But so long as you continue with your altruistic endeavors, I doubt my honored peers will feel moved to voice their concerns.
Then there is naught to fear. Though our numbers are much reduced, we are no less determined to carry on our work.
Hello? There we go.
Full glad am I to hear it. But before you return to your labors, why not take a tour of the city? You would do well, I think, to acquaint yourselves with your new surroundings. After all, you may be here for some time.
And yeah, you notice that the Count here is yet another politician. Not a bad politician, a good politician. I've actually talked about good politicians before, and usually what someone always says whenever I say talk about a good politician is, there is such a thing? Yes, at least in fiction. We have now met 2 of them, if you're paying attention, and both of them from Ishgard. And yeah, honestly, I might just start calling them statesmen, since I consider myself to be one as well. Because there is such a thing as a bad statesman as well. But yes, this is someone who knows statecraft, and is quite good at it. He knows exactly what he's doing by offering us to be in here, and he intends to take advantage of the situation, but let's be clear, he also just wants to help. It's kind of awesome. I do hope you have a good birthday tomorrow, Zakdef. I expect to not see you here, and instead see you with tons of cake in your mouth. Or whatever you like. The Bush will got you soon, if they haven't already. The mysterious guests of House Fortin, or some such. Greetings, Scion. We are honored by your presence. Yeah, these two... I imagine people are going to have some opinions about these two, but we'll come back to them. As I said before, my home is your home. How you doing, Totaro? So this is what the inside of a manor of a high house looks like. To think Lord Hachefon was raised here. This could be Hachefon. Oh, I see everything hazardous. Through their bones! So what do you think? Be honest, it's great, isn't it? I love how he's like, oh, look, I get to show off my home to the Warrior of Light. Oh, Hachefon. You know what? Hang on. I'm already jotting down character pauses. We're like 5 minutes into Heavensward. I know I said that this isn't the perfect expansion, and I stand by that. There's still flaws in this expansion, but man, they start strong, don't they? And we're gonna write down that second positive for him. It did. Sorry, Jesse. You caught me at a bad time. In fact, you caught me in the middle of a cutscene. But thank you, Jesse. As always. And I'll put that towards White Knight Chronicles too. Sorry, I was reading your message. No, absolutely. Just when someone donates in the middle of a cutscene, I try to make it a point not to interrupt the cutscene, that's all. I admit sometimes I'm also talking, or discussing, or gushing, or... Look, what I'm saying is I'm terrible, okay? That's what I'm saying. So, this is the town quest. There's always a town quest. There's always a go check around the town quest. So, though our friends have been generous enough to extend their protection, we must take care not to impose too much on their hospitality. It's only proper we learn about our new home so we might become more self-sufficient. It'll take a while to learn the lay of the land, but learn it we must. There's the markets, the taverns, we'll need to know where to shop, where to hear small talk. Tark? So, a tour of the city. I thank you for your counsel, my lord. My companions and I shall do as you suggest. Maybe a change of outfit? Just a suggestion? I grow forgetful in my dotage. There's something I must give you ere we part. The documentation is in order, I trust. I also like his outfit, the Count's. Red and black always look regal. Well, let me walk that back. Red and black usually look villainous, but he makes it look regal. That's what I meant to say. It says, have you played the FF14 trial? These documents identify you. Yeah, I get it. ID cards. Should anyone happen to question your presence here, it may prove necessary to remind him you are under the protection of House Fulton. It's not. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Rest assured we'll do our utmost to avoid any situation which might compel us to invoke your name. So, I don't remember when and how these were added, but this expansion also added a couple of things, including Dark Knight, Astrologian, and, of course, Machinist. I'm going to go ahead and admit that Machinist kind of sucked back in the day. In fact, I refused to level Machinist until they did their overhaul of it, which I believe was during Shadowbringers. I'm actually debating if I want to be Dragoon for this expansion. Because, I mean, I'm not changing this outfit. I love this outfit. But I've also got a couple other... Like, I could be a Machinist, and I'm actually rather fond of my Machinist outfit. And it works. It's this one, by the way. And of course, obviously, when I heal in this expansion, we'll be healing as the Astrologian, because Astrologian is amazeballs. I actually don't have a separate transmog for this. I just have the Lich outfit. This was originally just supposed to be the Lich outfit for Astrologian, and then I just kind of used it for Sage and White Mage as well. And of course, we've got one. We've actually already shown off this one. The Dark Knight, which, honestly, also kind of sucked in Heaven's Word in a gameplay perspective. But it had one of the best quest arcs, so, I mean, that's just sort of whatever on that one. Oh, there you are. I'm like, where the hell's Terra? How do you even get up here? He asked stupidly. Well, we can go ahead and be Dragoon for a bit. Yeah, I honestly think Dark Knight and Black Mage and... honestly, probably a few other classes. But really, Dark Knight and Black Mage, in my opinion, could use one of those total overhauls. The ones that they have done for a few classes so far. To really pull them up to code. But that is, of course, just my opinion. Because y'all know Black Mage is the worst class in any MMO. God, I can't even say that with a straight face. I've played Asheron's Call too. Anyways, we'll go ahead and go back to being a Dragoon for the time being, which is over here. Okay. So. Blah, blah, blah. Let's go wander around the Foundation, shall we? I mean, that's fair. Red Mage is my personal favorite, so that's whatever. Worst class in AC2? Oh, God. Let me look up the classes in AC2. Let me say thank you to Michael Vania. Thank you. As always. I will jot that down for absolutely nothing. No, I'm just kidding. That will, of course, go towards Xenosaga. Done. Thank you. Let's see here. What do we got for classes? Berserker kind of sucked. Juggernaut sucked if you didn't have the setup for it. Invoker was crap. Clawbearer was terrible. Hivekeeper was terrible. Zealot was terrible. Mentalist was terrible. Sorcerer was terrible. Enchanter was terrible. Alchemist was terrible. Finder was okay. Defender was mandatory. Too good. Raider was way too good. Anyway, sorry. Point being, all the classes sucked. All of them. The Hoplon, so named for the great bronze great shield born of our nation's patron deity, is the largest plaza in Ishgard. It's something that I can't read right now because I'm writing down a donation. The magnificent cathedral to the north is, of course, the Holy Vault. The Vault is both Ishgard's seat of government and the residence of the Archbishop, who is totally not evil, even though he was evil in the first cutscene we ever saw him in. The 12 stat. Are they the Thornton's famed Knights 12? I should have been a white mage for this. Very good. They are the fathers of Ishgard, the brave knights who joined with King Thornton I to put down Nidhogg and found this great nation. Ours is a city rich in history and traditions, and there is much you can learn by exploring the pillars, time permitting, of course. Now then, if you would follow me to the Jeweled Crozier, I will yawn. Thank you, Ross. I suppose you know the question. But yeah, for those of you not aware, I actually have a weapon of the round right there on my white mage. I mean, Black Mage may or may not be good later on. That's something I literally can't talk about. Because I haven't done the quests, and far too many of the abilities are locked behind quests. Design flaw number 1. Also, the fact that the class is honestly kind of terrible at 1 to 50 and has a really bad issues in early levels, because it changes its rotation based on its level range, is problem number 2. So even if we were to functionally keep Black Mage the same, which may be good, I don't know, I still think those two things need an overhaul. Hence my overall point. Edith Finch, you got it. Oh, you're clearly not locals or traveling peddlers, which makes you... Ah, wards of House Fulton. Very interesting. Count Edmund has granted us leave to remain here as long as we wish, which may be a while. Accordingly, we may have need of sundry goods, and thus our desire to make your acquaintance. Of course, you're assuming you're content to accept the custom of foreigners, should you be uncomfortable with that. Young sir, we do not discriminate in matters of money. If you have coin, who are we to refuse it? Weapons, armor, accoutrement, medicine, materials, whatever you desire can be found here. Okay. To the Foundation. Yeah, play what you like, except for Black Mage. Don't play Black Mage. Actually, let's go this way. Gotta get away from Giga Pudding. It's the only way! I mean, it kinda is. That's what money is. It's a universal. Boop. I suppose a real question would be, what kind of class do you enjoy playing, Magister? That might help us narrow down something you might enjoy. As I've said many times, one of FF14's biggest flaws is you can't actually know what the classes are like until you've spent dozens and dozens of hours playing them. At which point you might stop enjoying them, right? Or never have enjoyed them. Or maybe you will enjoy them. I like all but 2 classes in this game, but I didn't know that until I put the time and effort into leveling everything to 80 for this run, which I also would not have done if not for the sake of the run. So... yes, of course I've attuned myself to the Aetheryte. Although, actually, while we're here, I need to change this around here. Yeah, let's get rid of Ilmeg. I don't need to do those dailies every day. Exactly, Andre. That's exactly what I want right there. That one. Like, a way to be able to try out a max level job and just play around with it a bit, see how it feels, see how it plays, would be a great way for players existing players who aren't sure if they want to try out another class, and new players who don't know what they want to play at all, to be able to be like, oh, this is fun, you know. Here we have the Foundation's Aetheryte Plaza. If you get to attune to an Aetheryte, you should probably do so. Okay, sun's coming out. As for our next destination, mayhap we should decide together. What else can be nearby? Well, over there is where you can become a machinist. Over there is a place where you should avoid. That's Dark Knight. For sure. I fear our knights may not be able to ensure your safety in the lowest levels. Hold your nose when you pass the broom, little lord. A delicate flower like you is like to wilt in our fumes. Oh, here's the broom. You misjudge me, sir. I am no lord. I am a humble traveler. Oh, come to see the sights, have you? Take a turn down the upland, gulp at the statues. Well, if you have a mind to learn how to better half live, come and have a drink at the Forgotten Knight. If your nursemaid will let you. My humblest apologies. Pray pay that drunken lout no mind. Oh, I must. I would not do to refuse such a heartfelt invitation. I must see the Forgotten Knight for myself. I trust you see the wisdom in this lore. Yeah, but let me go as your bodyguard, Alphino. Tataru, I'll come too. Let me go as your bodyguard, Tataru. Let me take care of y'all. I don't want this to go badly. I appear to be generating a whirlwind of players. It's quite terrifying, actually. So yes, here's the day theme. Oh god, they're after me. Run! Run! They saw me escape. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Okay, they can't find me in here. Whew. Must say, this is rather unusual. Not just one, but a whole party of fresh faces. But we recently arrived in Ishgard and are eager to acquaint ourselves with her more notable establishments, Master... Gabriel. Just Gabriel will do. I'm flattered you think so high of my establishment. Can't promise it'll live up to your expectations, but if it's decent food and drink you after, you could do worse. Judging by the number of customers, I suspect your fare is rather more than decent. Speaking of your clientele, I couldn't help but notice a difference between those who frequent the upper and the lower floors. Ah, spotted that, did you? Down here you'll find peddlers, porters, off-duty knights, dropping in on the way to or from somewhere else. Regulars maybe, but not locals. Folks from the Broom, they congregate downstairs, where we offer a menu more suited to their tastes. Cheaper meals, stronger spirits. Quality, mind, but not the sort of stuff I'd recommend to yourselves. You speak of the lowest levels, yes. Why do you call them the Broom, if I may ask? Because when the weather's foul and the broom rolls in thick, it's the poor sods at the bottom who have to deal with it. I see. And it's not just the weather. When the wyverns broke through the walls and started tearing up the city, it was the broom that got the worst of it, while the pillars enjoyed the protection of the high houses and the temple knights. More than a few people are still sore about that, mind. Which is why, considering your present company, I'd recommend you keep your wits about you if you mean to go below. And something sharp in your boot, just to be sure. Yeah, that's what he's here for. Although I'm not sure if I'm in his boot. You know. Tataru is going to stay here and be herself. Miss Tataru, I'm afraid that's out of the question. My lord, the Count, would never forgive me if I abandoned one of his charges in such a place. Least of all a maiden. What are you up to, Tataru? Look around, Alphino. This tavern is full of people whose business regularly takes them beyond the gates of judgment. With friends like that, I could practically live here and wait for the newest gossip to come to me. Indeed, but will you be safe? Oh, please. Do you know how often I looked after the Waking Sands and the Rising Stones by myself? If I had a gill for every unwelcome caller I've driven away, I'd be rich. I'll be fine. And not that I doubt the lady's knack for fending off unwanted advances, but I'll be damned if anyone's going to lay a hand on an unwelcome hand on a patron in my establishment. Alright, that settles it. By the way, if anything happens to Taru, you're going to have to answer to Lore. Just so you know. Oh god! I appear to have wandered into a Dragon Quest game. Thankfully I have the in-game, or that thing off. So I don't want to know what terrible nightmarish thing Zed Slayer's playing here. Oh. They're falling. Oh god, what's in the food here? It's killing people left and right. Wait, Giga? Did you? Oh, jeez. Giga! Don't assassinate people with poison. Very poor taste. This way. I should probably mention that despite my complaints, I am rather fond of the central theme. You know, this one. The motif. It is really cold here. Hang on, hang on. I'm gonna have a hot chocolate. Much better. Burned my roof of my mouth a little bit. Tell us, Master Alphino, does Ishgard meet your expectations? To which I imagine pales in comparison to the reality. I felt the weight of 1,000 years of history with every step I took. And then those steps took me past the scars left by the Wyverns and Foundation. I understood how easily that history could end in tragedy. The attack was devastating, the casualties unspeakable. Wyverns did not discriminate. Unarmed men and women, even children, were given no quarter. Sir Amaric has ordered the knights to strengthen our defenses, and each house can be called upon to lend what support it can. There's much to be done, but alas, able-bodied men and women are in short supply. Mayhap we can be of assistance. We do, after all, have the Warrior of Light right over there. It's a generous offer, Master Alphino. You are guests in my home, to whom I have extended my hospitality without obligation, let or lien. Nevertheless, Ishgard's need is great. If you are willing to aid, I cannot refuse. Good. What would you ask of us? First, change your clothes. God damn it. From what I've heard, you are an intelligent and persuasive young man. Such qualities may prove useful to us in securing provisions from foreign sources. Identifying trustworthy suppliers, brokering contracts. I don't know if I trust Alphino with that. And you are a Star Destroyer. Go aid my sons in their duties. Beg pardon? I am more than capable of carrying out my duty. I have no need of an honored guest's assistance. Now, be reasonable, brother. What manner of fool would say no when a famous hero offered to do his work? Hold your tongues, by the fury. The two of you will conduct yourselves with dignity befitting your station and show Master Runner the respect he deserves. This is the man who slew Gaius von Balsar, and half a dozen primals. He is not here to steal your glory or serve as your errand boy. If you can pardon them their impropriety, Master Runner, I should be much obliged if you would lend my sons a helping hand. My thanks. Fury willing, they may even learn something with you. I know, it's weird, right? You totally killed the Sultana. Doodly doodly doodly. This man is a respected and honored guest, and you will treat him as such. God, whiplash! I'm getting whiplash from this expansion. You see my point? You see why so many people, including me, as of this very moment, just think of this expansion so highly? It's just right after the whole of the Banquet thing, which I remind you is the build-up to the Banquet and the escape sequence. After all that crap, to go right into this is just... Anyways, I need to jot down some VA question marks here. Oh, God, this is gonna just be stupid. Oh yeah, and dialogue while we're here. "'Twould seem we shall not want for employment over the coming days." Oh yeah, and Alphino. And Tataru. "Our host's initial reluctance to accept our offer of aid was solely for appearance's sake. In truth, he is glad of the opportunity to put us to work. By granting patronage, House Fautom has gained a tremendous risk. Until we demonstrate our worth, the Count will face considerable opposition from his peers in matters great and small. So he would have us publicly serve Ishgard while simultaneously keeping his sons in check. 'Tis an arrangement we may benefit from in unexpected ways. My own duties, good night, Dream Whisperer, may feasibly bring me into contact with people who know something about our missing comrades. So you will be helping the two lords, and you will inevitably make new acquaintances, and this is awesome. So, let's do it." Okay, need to look something up though here. Wow. I was just looking at the thing. We don't do a dungeon or a raid for a really long time. Like, there's a lot of quests before we get to our first anything. And Brax is correct. I doubted him. But yeah, our first one's going to be Thawkest Thawk. That's a wait. And then Somal right after it. Jeez. But yeah, it's going to be a minute. There's absolutely no way we're going to do that today. Shall we off today, old boy? Ah, but where are my manners? I'm not going to try to pronounce that. Second son of House... blah, blah, blah. Trueborn. Yes, I know what you're thinking. And you're absolutely right. What ill fortunes to be born second in a society where the elder inherits all. Yeah, primogeniture. Oh, my brother would never cut me off, 'tis true. But who could be satisfied by subsisting on meager allowance? Clearly, forever overshadowed by a sibling. Not I, old boy, not I. Which is why I need your help to ensure this business of the Sea of Clouds goes swimmingly, so the tales of my great deeds can win me a place in people's heart, or better yet, raise me higher in their estimations than Artorial. Ambitious, I grant you, but then I do have a legendary hero to do my bidding. Oh, don't look at me that way. I jest. Anyway, we are to aid the good men and women of House. They have been steadfast friends to our house, have fallen on hard times since the calamity, poor blighters. As for what precisely we'll be doing, what fun would it be if I told you everything in advance? Raise eyebrow. Okay. Well, as it happens, I apparently have to go to the airship. God damn it. And yeah, we will, of course, be doing all the optional stuff after we finish the initial MSQ chain, which I believe ends with the Singularity Reactor. Oh, no, it does, doesn't it? I was thinking the MSQ was going to end with a raid I'm not even seeing. Is it in the patch quests? Oh, it is, isn't it? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, nope, that tracks. Huh. Okay. Yeah, no, Singularity Reactor it is. Then we'll do optional stuff. And, well, we gotta show off a few new classes, too. But, let's go ahead and hit the airship hoist, shall we? Also need to figure out where the Hildebrand quest is, since I've never done it. Yeah, I did too, Blade Trival. It's probably one of the moments I remember the most in the entire game. It's actually the second most memorable scene in the entire game for me, personally. Good night, Terra. Have a good one. Well, we're in the Sea of Clouds. Decision made completely arbitrarily and not really on purpose. Sorry. Didn't even occur to me. And thanks to how New Game Plus works, I literally can't just go and swap it now. I have to finish this before I can go do the other one, so...
Upon an airship, conceived within the fecund mind of Sid Garland, renegade prodigy of Garlemald, who had come to call Eorzea home.
I hate the Sea of Clouds without flying.
High into the heavens, where isles of earth and stone floated as clouds. A frontier the knights of Ishgard had scarce begun to explore. To a fledgling outpost, within the Sea of Clouds, where careworn scouts ever scanned the skies for winged shadows, he came.
So I don't have to imagine what this is like without flying, because I've done that. I mean, we all have. I'll even try to show it off briefly. Oh, and if you're wondering, the most remembered moment in this game for me is, ironically, Remember Us. So yes, this is the Sea of Clouds. I'm gonna go ahead and admit, I don't like this map. It's technically accurate, but it's look at this. Just look at this mess. Look at it. It's yeah, it's not great. I'm not sure if it's negative territory, but it is certainly not good. Awfully cold up here. I mean, Kurthus may not be blessed with the warmest weather in the world, but compared to this, it seems positively balmy. And, of course, our hero is wholly unperturbed. You don't have to maintain the strong, silent persona all the time. Never mind. We need to find Lady... Ugh, she leads the charge of the garrison. Oh, and we find her, just follow my lead. Sure. And yeah, I should probably mention, you see where the two aetherites are? If you don't, there's one over there, and one over there, and that's it. So I'm going to go ahead and pretend I can't fly for the moment. Okay, that's enough of that. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! God! Ugh! I mean, hi. Okay, how many of you, before you get flying, just jump off of that and just accept the damage and get on with it? Like Gigapudding just did, for example. And yeah, you notice these zones are substantially larger than the zones back in ARR. Which, in some cases, is a good thing, and in other cases, not so much. Like in Ozzy's Law, I think it works well. And I believe this one? Yep, Somal, the Dravanian Forelands. I think this zone is actually decently well designed. But then you have zones like, where is it? Hang on. Yeah, Western Kurthus, which is that. If it's not obvious what you're looking at a gigantic mass of nothing. This is Western Kurthus is an FF11 zone. One waypoint and a whole lot of nothing. But we'll judge that when we get there. Yeah, as I say, there's some later zones which use their size to better effect and also arguably worse, but again, I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. Master Runner, welcome. I am commander of the forces stationed here at Camp Cloudtop. Strange though it may sound, I have long dreamed of meeting you. I am in your debt, you see, and shall ever remain so. Were it not for you, my younger brother, Francel, hey, would have been executed upon the word of a false inquisitor. Alas, a knight must go where duty demands, and thus I have been unable to seek you out. But by the grace of Halon, I have been granted an opportunity to say thanks to my brother's savior in person, and to call upon his generous aid beside. Truly, I know not what I have done to deserve this double blessing. You're welcome. I was happy to help your brother. He's a good kid. 'Tis a pleasure to see you again. I am now Zack. You cut an elegant figure as always. A steel-clad rose. That's a cool idea. Like a rose made of steel. Is that a thing? Has someone drawn that? Steel rose. Hang on. They have! Oh, that looks cool. I might actually buy one of those. Anyways. Lord Emaniane, if it's not too much to ask, I would be grateful if you would allow me to finish speaking with Master Runner. Camp Cloudtop was established to provide early warning of impending Dravanian incursions. The high elevation afforded by the floating isles makes it ideal for this purpose. Naturally, it also makes us the target for attack. We are not defenseless, however. The Protector, our largest and most advanced airship, and one of their only actual military airships, is capable of downing all but the mightiest dragons. Alas, as you may have noticed, it is currently undergoing repair. What is worse, our efforts have been hampered by an indigenous beast tribe known as the Vanu Vanu, with whom we have already had several skirmishes. No beastman's a match for a man of Ashgard. Bring me a birdman, I'll show him a thing or two. Slash, blow, kiss. I fear much and more may be asked of you in days to come, Master Runner. Listen, Cashel. Shut up. What are your thoughts over here, Emanion? Ah, my lovely lady, I shall win your heart yet. Damn it, I don't have any untargeted AoEs. You deserve this! Well, I understand Count Edmund's intentions. I would rather not waste valuable time ensuring the young lord doesn't get trampled underfoot. True, it is entirely possible he may learn something from this experience, but if left to his own devices, I think it more likely he'll make a mess of his things. Tell him I'd like him to keep watch for Dravanian outflyers. Then, when you have a moment to speak with his manservant, make it clear it's his responsibility to keep him from shirking his duty. I actually have the template ready to go, Mr. Red, for both of them. What I do not have is the trust images. A request? Why didn't she ask me in person? Surely she must see me standing but a few malms away. Ah, never mind. What is it? Roam about. Keep an eye out. Okay, here. A mission. Of course, that's why I'm here. I shall do as my lady asks. Hey, kid. What's her name? Honorroy? I do not believe I've had the opportunity to introduce myself. My name is Honorroy. I serve at the pleasure of Lord Emily Blablia. She would have me accompany Lord... I'm just going to call him Emmy. Lord Emmy on his mission? I understand completely. I'll do my utmost to keep him out of harm's way. Thank you. Okay, so can I do any real work now? Worry of another house. Mayhap I would not feel obligated to go to such lengths to preserve his safety and dignity. In any case, I appreciate you speaking to him for me. It would seem he actually listens to you. At least more so than others. Mayhap you're just more skillful at this than most. I suspect you have had to humor your fair share of difficult men before. Lady, I had to go through ARR. Now that Emmy is out of harm's way, we're free to discuss matters, such as our struggles with the Vanu Vanu. We first encountered the Vanu several years ago, when we had just begun to explore the Sea of Clouds. After an exchange of pleasantries and gifts, we received permission to construct a permanent outpost. There was peace between our people for half a year, and then suddenly, for unknown reasons, their attitudes changed towards us, and they began to attack our foraging parties without provocation, forcing us to rely more heavily on supplies flown in from Ishgard. But words are no substitute for first-hand experience. Go see the Marshal. Okay. Let me stay ground-bound for now, so you can understand how this works. Stomp. Alright, this is up. Right. Up we go. Yeah, this net can carry my magic armor. No questions here. Master Runner, I presume. She told me you were coming. I hear it tell you've never faced Ivana before. Yeah, I think I'm only, like, friendly with them. Spend enough time with the patrol, you're sure to cross paths eventually. The Birdmen are native to the Floating Isles. I say Birdmen, but they're not like the Ixal. Unless the Ixal's mother was a Gigas. Here, let me mark some advocations. Let's go here and do stuff. Okay. Am I actually with the... I am neutral! I'm friendly with the Voth. And I haven't even started the Mughal chain. By the way, do you notice how the music hasn't stopped yet? Just pointing it out! Oh no! It's owlbears! How did you live through that? Jeez Louise. I suppose at some point or another we're going to have to discuss ether currents. Because we're going to have to discuss that per expansion. That was just a long wait for nothing. But yes, we are... sorry, Mike Romano, we have officially passed ARR. So yes, I actually only remember having issues with ether currents in Stormblood specifically. I never had any issues with Heavensward or in Shadowbringers, and obviously we will be doing them live in Endwalker when we get there. So ether currents, there's two types of ether currents. In fact, I think I can show this off on camera. Give me a moment here. Let me just do this for no reason. Okay. Yeah, getting around here without flying isn't the greatest, but I mean, what do you expect? It's a flying area. It's like trying to get through Storm Peaks without flying. You can, but what I mostly did was just a whole lot of and then just take the falling damage. Anyways, let's see. That's under travel, I believe. Yep, there it is. Ether currents. Hey, check it out. So, these are ether currents. As you can see, there are two types, yellow and green. I forget which is which. No, I don't. Yellow is grab, green is do. So, whoops, I didn't mean to take off there. What that means is all of those green diamonds... Here, let me make this a little easier to see. All of these green diamonds here are a quest. Now, some of those are mandatory quests, some of those are optional quests. But it depends on the zone and the expansion, blah, blah, blah. Point is, you do quests, you get ether currents. Generally speaking, doing those is the easy part. It's the yellows that varies from expansion to expansion and zone to zone. Yellows, you have to go out and actually find a specific spot and interact with the spot, and that gives you an ether current. And then you have to get the other 4, and then 3, and then 2, and 1. Once you have all the ether, both in quest and in exploration for a zone, you gain the ability to fly. Just in that zone. Now, this is a little jarring. So the way this tends to work, especially as you're going through an expansion for the first time, is you're like, yeah, I can fly. Now, for those of you not aware who haven't been paying attention, flight speed is max speed. Let's call it speed 3 to make things simple. Now, you've been seeing me do this a bit, which is, actually, I think this is speed 1. No, this is speed 2. Because I already got the fast travel things. Speed 1 I've shown off a little bit. In fact, I could show it off right now if I hearthed to Doma, because Doma is locked at speed 1. The thing is, until you've gotten to a certain point, you're stuck at speed 1. Usually that point is a point of the MSQ. So what this means is you'll be flying around at speed 3 in a zone, and then you'll go to the next zone, and you're suddenly locked back down at speed 1. It doesn't feel great. It's kind of like constantly being rubber band in terms of travel potential. This is especially irritating in some of the larger zones, like Western Kurthus. Now, the way this works out, yes, you still need to do this. I'm pretty sure this is an Endwalker. I know you have to do this in the old expansion still. I guess I can just check. Hang on a second. Nope, not that. Yep, nope, that looks like there's still something in Endwalker for that. Yep, cool. Now, here's the weird thing. They give you an item, which I actually can't show you because it's literally invalidated. Like, I actually had to delete it. It was an ether compass. The way this works is you use the ether compass and it says there's an ether current 700 yalms or yards or whatever northeast or nearby or something like that. I actually specifically forget. My collections. Yes, I definitely know what my collections are. Let me find these collections. Hey, there you go, collections. Wow, I have 3 things in there. So I use an ether compass, and it's like, hey, and it gives a little message like that, which says, go that way. I'm like, okay, cool. And I go that way. And I'm like, behold! And then you could use that to kind of hot and cold your way into finding it, right? Now, let's go ahead and get this out of the way. This isn't great. It is also not terrible. I have seen other MMOs do worse examples of trying to pad out travel time. I have seen WoW do this worse. Ironically, I've also seen WoW do this better because that's just life. So, this is, yeah, again, this isn't a great system. It's not a terrible system. And so we do have to kind of decide where it stands in terms of how good or bad it is. Probably on a per expansion basis. Now, someone in chat already mentioned something. The real irritation with... Hasn't it been out? The real irritation with this is you earn flight in an area, and then you're done with that area for the most part. Something about that doesn't fit well with me. So, to explain what I mean by that, let's say we go in here, and we do all the MSQ, and then we do the side quests, and we get the ether currents, and we're done, we can fly here. And then we leave. And we go over here to another zone, which is actually the wrong zone. There we go. And then we're stuck in this other zone now. Now, some zones you go back to and some zones you don't, but there's plenty of zones where you earn it and then you leave. You know? And I hate that. To be blunt. So I was thinking about this. And the more I was thinking about it, the more I think that this could be flipped in order to be a slightly more interesting way of doing things and maybe front-load it a little bit for people who actually, want to gain the ability to fly when it's actually useful to do so for the main content of the game, rather than going back and doing New Game Plus or doing crafting stuff or whatever else. Naturally, they don't do this, and so this is just an argument of theory crafting and whatever. But my point is, I think I could fairly argue that this is a gameplay negative. Just one. Gameplay negative, probably for every expansion. It's a classic Final Fantasy mistake, because a lot of FF games make this mistake. Here's something cool after you no longer have a use for it. A lot of FF games do that. And it's not even account bound. So, like, I mean, obviously this game is kind of alt hostile, but my point is, if you wanted for whatever reason to level an alt, that alt gets to do all those currents all over again. Unless I'm wrong about that, in which case, please correct me. Excepting your recent clashes with the Vanu, it cannot have escaped your notice that things here are rather peaceful to the detriment of our garrison's discipline. Despite being built as an observation post, we have yet to record a single intrusion by the Horde. Which is why, as far as everyone's concerned, Camp Cloudtop is a backwater of no significance. And of course, the pride of our camp, the Vaunted Protector, is in a perpetual state of needing repairs, so even were the Holy See to come under Dervanian attack, we would be able to fly to their aid. Simply put, this is where ambition comes to die. If you haven't aspirations for advancement, you'd be right at home. However, if you think that enthusiasm can be just as contagious as apathy, if you'll indulge me, go try to psych up the sentries. Well, I mean, I can do that. And I'm just going to start flying, because screw all that nonsense. I have to... He's literally asleep. Oh my god. Wake up, Emmy. Can't be fooled. An amusing jest, albeit a tad cruel. Surely you realize how unsuited I am to the monotony of sentry duty. You tempt me with the promise of excitement. This won't do. This won't do at all. She will give me a grand mission, as befits my station. Emmy. Emmy! Okay. Anything fluffier than a cloud? Yes. Your face after I punch it in. By the way, have you noticed the music hasn't stopped yet? I'm just pointing it out again. Because, God, it's so nice to finally not have that freaking silence play, silence play, silence play crap of ARR that was driving me absolutely bonkers by the end there. Just, oh my God. Yeah, get out of here. But yeah, similar to other MMOs, I suppose I'll just point to WoW in this one. We'll have to judge how flight is unlocked on a per expansion basis, because each one did it differently. You look grim. Why so serious? You want to know where I got these scars? Where'd you come from? Fine, fine, I'll be more alert. But really, I fail to see the point. We're hundreds of miles from the front lines. Which is just the way I like it, thank you very much. Nice, dude. Oh yeah, by the way, Ether Currents has actually been made better than it used to be. I should point that out. It's one of the reasons I'm looking forward to judging it live in Endwalker. So, beg pardon. Lord Emmy said, what? I have no doubt she'll do her most to oblige him. Oh dear, just when everything was going so well. I'll have you know I trained with some of the finest instructors in Ixgard. You and me, we could march into a Vanu stronghold and give them all what for. Anyways. Master Runner, Lord Emmy just informed me that a mere sentry duty is beneath him. I understand we have you to thank for this epiphany. Why are you blaming me for this crap? Excellent, we are in constant need of fresh water, as there are no underground sources to tap. I mean, obviously. However, there's a unique variety of crystal, which may enable us to obtain water through other means. Go get some, and kill things there. And don't get him killed. Do I have to? Huh? The lady told you about my mission once again? If I didn't know any better, I'd swear she's avoiding me. Anyway, what is it? A vital mission. Finally, a mission of real import. I do agree with you on that, Rax. To be completely honest, if this was Heaven's Word at launch, I could probably swing more than one negative for Ether Currents. Obviously it's not. They have improved the system. Blah, 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 blah. Hi, Emmy. This is the Vurzian Siren of legend. And Neria Vanu in sight. How disappointing. I could do with some sport. Why don't we make a competition? Whoever finds the superior specimen wins. But we're not here to... Okay. I will admit there are some very specific cases where restricting flying makes sense. Or... yeah, no, I'm saying that right. Although, actually, the more I'm thinking about this, I'm trying to think of a second example in any MMO. No, I can think of a second example. I can. Yeah, Tempest is one. The second is actually WoW related. It is in fact a zone where you cannot fly. Flying is just straight up disabled in the zone. I'm referring, of course, to Argus. And Argus is actually a great example of a zone where they just flat out just turn off the flight ability. And it's actually a good thing. But that's because they designed the entirety of the zone around the idea that you would never be able to fly there. As is Law is... Yeah, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. Especially since that zone's kind of unique. So that's 3 zones in 2 MMOs. What about the locks? Would make you not want to fly. Hang on. That's not the locks. Where's the locks? Someone remind me where the locks is. I apparently don't remember. Is it over here? Locks. Nope. Oh, Garabanya. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Which, of course, Come on. There we go. Yeah, I could see restricting that here. Especially given that. So, I could see that. Oh, thank you, Hive King. I do always appreciate those subs. Thank you. And if you happen to know where you'd like to put that, please let me know. What's interesting is 14 almost never does mandatory flight zones. Like, there's As Is Law, obviously. I feel like there's another one somewhere. Help me out. Anyways, hey, I brought my entry. Here you go. My understanding of such things is limited, but can this truly be used to draw moisture from the air like water from a pump? Fascinating. I was gonna say, As Is Law might be the only time 14's done that. Lord Emmy has been gone for an awfully long time. Did you see him while searching for crystals? No. Even he must realize the dangers of wandering too far. Maybe I'm worrying over nothing. No, he's pretty stupid. Is it March? Oh, it will be March tomorrow. Happy March for those of you sufficiently ahead of me. Where's this moron? I've lost my moron. I'm curious what I'm going to think of Emmy this time around, because I don't remember anything positive about him, but as I mentioned, I have kind of vague memories of Heavensward. Certainly this chunk of it. The patch content I remember a lot more strongly. Like the other day I got, what's the dungeon name? The Etherochemical Research Facility, and my first reaction to this was actually like a month ago. My first reaction was, what's this place? And I was just like, I don't really remember this place until we got to the end. And I saw who the last boss was. And I was like, oh yeah! Right. Hopefully a Dragoon will be sufficient for this. At 52? What do we have at 52? Nothing, really. Well, whatever. Let's see how this works. Good night again, Tara. Yeah, I get battle litany. What was funny is when I was doing this quest for the first time, I was like level 58, I think. Because, you know, Heaven's Word was out when I was going through ARR, so I kept leveling. I kept getting experience. And I was just like, well, okay. That was actually my first real experience with the lose abilities when you go lower level thing. Anyways, the Vanu have taken him to eat him. We must let them, and then, oh no, he's dead. It's horrible. By the time I return with aid, maybe forgive me for asking, Master Runner. Could you spy an opportunity to sneak past the sentries? I know he can be presumptuous, and insensitive, and insufferable, but he doesn't deserve this. Alright, alright. Not sure I agree with that. Which one's some all? Let's see here. Oh. I get some all frequently in the leveling roulette for some reason. I'm not sure why. Yep, okay. Hey, it's okay. I have A1 AoE at this level. Gotta dance in time to the music. It's a law. Hey, Knock Loose. Don't worry, we finally left ARR. Took a minute. We got there. Yeah, I've essentially not done this beast tribe like I showcased because I'm at neutral. Lore, I'm over here. I'm coming. Netherlings come to free the prisoner. Spread word like thunder. Cast them into the cloud sea. I'm a dragoon, sir. I will cast myself into the cloud sea. All right, everyone, group up. Group up. Come on. Come on. That's it. Group up. Group up. You can do it. A little bit more. Little bit more. That'll do. Good night, Set Slayer. You're free. Now, let's have a chat. Wait, really? Oh, okay. Why are you so slow? Did he skip leg day? Be honest with me, Emmy. Did you skip leg day? Just tell me. You can tell me. I'm only going to mock you a little bit. I don't know. Probably about a 4 or 5, Mr. Red. Emmy. I know this is so pedantic, but the music change alone, Ski Rod Ross, is just, my mood has immediately brightened. Shove. You just keep going, Emmy. I got this. Don't wait, just keep going. Hi, Hashifon. Oh, hello. I like how I can count on Honchefal, who wasn't even assigned to this area, more than the dude who was, who I am currently escorting. Go! Anybody who saw my stream of that game that I can't think of the name of. You know, that one with the place and the stuff. God damn it, what is the name of that stupid game? Prey! Knows that Prey was pissing me off hardcore, even though it's actually a good game. I talked about that. It was really frustrating me, especially considering that it is obviously a good game, and it took me so long to figure out one of the things that was pissing me off so much was the music problem. And I am once again feeling, I'm so much relieved by the fact that the music's actually well designed again. And it will be for the rest of FF14. We're good. We're out of the Dreckle zone, you know? No more of that irritation ever again. Until we go back to Ul'dah, obviously, but you get my point.
Reinforcements?
It's okay, Honchefal. We got this.
Anger of Honu, chief of mighty Vundo, royals like blackest storm clouds, offer netherlings to the white. Cloud sea swells, and he comes.
Hi, Bismarck. I'm not sure what I'm going to think of that fight. We'll have to really pay attention when we finally get to it.
The white, mighty Bismarck, lord of the mists!
A flying whale? By the Fury, it's a primal.
Emmy?
We must away.
No, my fishing's at 90. I got this. Emmy? Emmy! Emmy! I know you're a stupid kid, but stop being a stupid kid for 5 seconds. Just for 5. That's all I'm asking.
Bloody typical. All right, we're going in.
Aye, aye, Chief.
That's... depends, Knock Loose. Do you mind giving me a more typical example, or not, more specific example? Pray. I still gave it a negative, if that answers you, Knock Loose. Despite the atmospheric whatevers. I debated it for a long time, though, I'll admit it. Sid? Sid, 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 Sid! This is not FF10. We don't have the Doom cannon. Hey, Emmy, how you doing? Frightened? Me? For a fleeting moment at most. Smack! We're all still alive. Let us take solace in the most simplest of blessings. Gods only know what might have happened had we not been around to save you. No need for thanks, though. It's not as though you haven't done the same for us on a few previous occasions. Okay, more than a few. Yeah, thanks, Sid. 'Twas but blind chance that brought us together this time, in case you're wondering. The Holy See petitioned the Ironworks for assistance with the creation of theirs, the Protector. Apparently they just can't seem to get her flying. Anyway, I came to Camp Cloudtop to cast an eye over the ship, only learned that you had arrived a few days ago with an Ishgardian lordling in tow. Small world, I thought. just as the lordling's manservant skittered into view, babbling about his master having been captured and you risking all to rescue him. Right, well, hate to cut short our reunion, but I'm here on business, and the boys are already hard at work. Don't worry, we'll speak again soon, I promise. That's actually a good idea, silly idea. I like that. It's a silly idea, good idea. Oh, well, I admit it. It was an incredibly harrowing experience. I could have died. You know, me, dead. On the other hand, by risking life and limb in the line of duty, I did succeed in uncovering the existence of a new primal. And that is no small feat. I've made a historic discovery. In fact, even the lady will have no choice but knowledge. Yes! I am rather looking forward to basking in the sunshine of her praise. Speaking of which, shouldn't we go make our triumphant return? Smack! What do you think of that idea, Rex? Because that's kind of tickled my interest. I like that. It would take some redesign of the overworld, essentially, to allow that. Because in Assassin's Creed, you can just run to the next thing, and then hit the next point, and then run to the next thing, and hit the next point. And that doesn't work linearly in FF14, so there'd have to be some thought put into that. Maybe like warp points, or fast travel points, or chocobo points, or something. I don't know. Praise alone, I fear the worst. What happened out there? Explain, explain, explain. A primal? Are you sure? Don't worry. It's my job. Kind of literally. Now that I think of it, Bismarck is reminiscent of the white whale of Vanu legend, a massive creature said to swim in the sea of clouds. From what I learned of comparable summonings, the presence of the Vanu's god would certainly help explain the sudden change of their behavior. Yeah, no kidding, Rex. Which could work, but, you know. As you mean to say they have fallen under the Primal's influence? I recall reading of such things in the documents provided by Master Malfino. Are we forgetting something important? A little recognition for the hero of the hour? A few choice expressions of gratitude, respect, admiration, and so on. You know, I remember being a kid. Fortunately. That doesn't make it better. Actually, it kind of makes it worse. Oh, yes, of course. Master Runner deserves all that and more for having risked his life to rescue such an esteemed patronage. If there is naught else to discuss, I would depart for Ishgard forthwith. The Holy See and the Temple Knights must be informed of the new threat without delay. Of course, Master Runner, you have done more than enough. Pray return to Ishgard with Lord Hoshafal, and give my warmest regards to the Count. So that's it, then? No forays into enemy territory? Very well, I can see my services are no longer required. Take care, Lady Leon. May our next meeting take place in a more felicitous circumstance. So, help me debate this, chat. Is Lord Emmy a negative or a wash? I have decided we're done with his arc. So, yeah. I don't know what else to add to that. I mean, I could hold off, but there's no real reason to. Because if he's better later, then he gets positives later. If he's bad now, then he's bad now. I'll jot down Honorroy. I confess I've always been rather fond of airship travel. Chill of the wind on your face, warmth of blood pumping in your veins from the excitement. I find the whole experience indescribably invigorating. Or mayhap it's simply the joy of having cheated death yet again. In any event, I must make for the congregation and inform Sir Aymeric of all that has occurred. Emmy should have returned to the manor by now. Why don't you go see if he's recovered from his ordeal? That's an interesting question, Emperor Valerian. So, you could argue that a character that is intended to be irritating is well written. But I have an old saying, which I have said many, many, many thousands of times. Can anyone in chat say it for me? Is it down? No. Okay. I'm apparently turned around. No, no, that tracks. We'll do this the other way, then. There it is, Ross. I think we're going to bed. Deliberately irritating is still irritating. My lord, the Count was utterly beside himself. 'Tis a mercy we're not here to witness it. Oh, I bet. I bet his dad did not like what he did very well. Oh, it's you, Lore. You have to strike me so hard? Whimper, whimper. I mean, he's clearly intended to be comedic. I'm just not sure if he succeeds or not. He did not reprove how I handled the Camp Cloud Talk, how I endangered the lives of others through my own recklessness and incompetence. It's not easy playing the hero, is it? Try actually being a hero next time. That's a good question, Cashel. A very, very good question. I'm going to pretend I never heard. Alright, so, moving on. That was Emmy's arc. Yeah, honestly, I just don't even want to get involved in that argument again, so I'm just going to ignore it. No offense, Casual. It's just... I have had the deliberately irritating arguments since I was in school. You know? Let's do this. I've decided. Emmy is an aggregate negative right now. And Elaine, there we go. Exactly, knock loose. I mean, okay, fine, if you want to drag me into the argument. If you stab me in the chest because you intended to, that doesn't make it any better. You have still stabbed me in the chest. You have still detracted from the overall enjoyment and attitude and experience of the work. What is the definition of a negative to story? Something that detracts from the narrative of a story. So if you irritate me, then you have irritated me. Now, we actually talked about this earlier with Talaji. Because, oh god. We talked about this earlier with Talaji. Because Talaji, irritating characters can be salvaged. We came up with like 5 examples, all of which were salvaged by their actors or their voice actors. But I wouldn't say Emmy was salvaged by any of that, so he doesn't have any of that going for him. So if you have an irritating character with nothing to mitigate that, then all you have is irritation. So, end statement. And I'm officially not going to talk about this anymore because I'm just sick to death of this argument I've been having for 20 years! Moving on. Chiffon has spoken of you often. If you are even half the man he claims, I'll be glad to have you at my side. To the matter at hand, I may be assisting my esteemed compatriots of Houses Durandare and Zamil. You are aware of our friendly rivalry, I take it. Well, suffice to say, the prospect of assisting said houses does not fill me with joy. However, it is by the will of the Holy See that we set aside our differences at this critical juncture, but we shall speak more of that anon. First, we must needs secure transport to Falcon's Nest. Okay. I could see that, Ross. Yeah, speak of Chocobo, Jeff. Like, okay, I don't know if I would say this, but off the top of my head, it would be very easy to, for example, give Kai Wynn a negative for being Kai Wynn, and a positive for the way they use her in the narrative. A successful usage of Kai Wynn. I don't even, there's no adjective there. The adjective is Kai Wynn. What? Alright. So we probably time in a black chocobo. Oh my god! Black chocobos can fly! Oh my god! You can fly in this game? Also, FF4 reference. In any game? Oh, I don't know, Noclus. I'd have to think about that. It's probably someone I don't think about often, because I pushed them from my mind because they were that irritating. So I'd have to think about that. I've got it! Edge from FF4. I'm joking. That's a joke.
The frozen wastes of the Western Highlands, once verdant tracts made pallid by the calamity. Beyond the towering wall of ice, to lands long forsaken that the knights of Ishgard strove tirelessly to reclaim.
Actually, Kai Lang is a good choice. I agree with that. There you go. Most irritating character, Kai Lang.
To the hamlet of Falcon's Nest. Once abandoned, now freed of its pall of snow and ash, he came.
Actually, I'm lying. I could think of a more irritating character than Kai Lang. Xenos. And the more I think about it, the more I think he might actually be the most irritating character in gaming. And that's impressive, because that's territory held by Kai Lang and that ambassador, whatever his name is, from the Mass Effect series, which is also Mass Effect. And Ranjit is up there, also from this game. There's also I just had it. God, I'm tired. Yeah, Udina. I like Malik, but I'm weird on that one, I'll admit it. I lost it. There was someone else that I was going to mention, which is just an irritating character that they don't do anything well with, and is just awful. And, I can't remember who it is, but yeah, Xenos might actually be the most irritating character I can think of in gaming. That's gonna bother for me. Fee? I like Fee. In the story, in the gameplay, she's irritating. Actually, sorry, Dracul mentions a good point earlier. Character development can change something like that, too. Now, the way we do this system, let's say that there's an irritating character who is later good. Right, like I just mentioned this actually, but like let's say a Manny actually has like a cool character arc and turns it around and has a cool thing going for it. That wouldn't get rid of the negative. They're still irritating, but it would add a positive on top of that. It mitigates it a bit. And let's say their character arc continues past that, then they would get another positive, and so forth and so on. Yeah, actually, I was about to say Alphino is probably a pretty good example of this same concept. Anyways, the world looks different from viewed from the back of an airborne chocobo. Yeah, I actually agree with that. To business. Sir Redwald is in charge here. He should be expecting us. Oh yeah, I should probably mention... I don't want to be unkind, especially since I am obviously in a better mood, and we're in Heaven's Word, and everything's awesome. But, this thing is really tall. Look at this! Holy crap! How do you light that fire? How do you get up here? I guess they do it Black Chocobos. So I guess that's how they do it? Jeez Louise. I would not want that duty. Think about that. Alright, go up there and light the fire. Ah! I mean, just light the fire. So I would like to argue that this zone sucks. I hate to be negative, but this is the zone. This is the whole zone. You can actually see the whole thing right here. It's, now, purely from a gameplay perspective, I should mention that. But it's this really big empty zone with irritating cliffs that I remember being very frustrated in navigating without flight. I don't have any water right now, Mr. Red. And, it's big and empty, and it takes forever to go through, especially when you don't have move speed. Because remember, when you first come here, and when you're going through it primarily, you're stuck with move speed 1, instead of right now, where we're moving at move speed 3. So... that sucks, is what I'm trying to say. Oh, also, there's one... we actually already pointed this out. There's only one travel point. Way down there in the lower right. Now, I will admit, I have to give you a little bit of a story really quick. So, once upon a time, I was level 60. Not when I first got to this zone, but when we go through the zone the second time. So, I was level 60. So, I was like, hey, I want to go buy level 60 gear. So, I'm trying to figure out where I buy level 60 gear. And it's like, aha, there's this place that's up here somewhere. There we go. Called Idleshire. This is where you buy gear. And I'm like, oh, cool. And I map it out. You know, I check the map, and I'm like, okay. Well, I just have to go here. So what I do is I cross this entire zone on foot. And get... because I didn't know what ether currents were at the time. Get all the way up here to this zone line. Did you know you cannot go through that zone line until you have a specific MSQ quest to go through it? I didn't know that. I was really confused by that. And I'm like, wait. And I'm just mentioning this because when I mentioned the unlock thing this game does, it's not just, you know, access to dungeons and whatnot. Things like this are what I mean when I talk about the unlock thing. Literally can't go into a zone. Anyways. Sometimes it makes sense. Tempest. Sometimes it doesn't. It's been far too long, Lord Artoriel. Who might your companion be? Pray forgive our lateness, Sir Redwald. I present to you Lord Runner, Ward of House Fontaine. Ah, yes, of course. Lord Dremont spoke of you. I, Sir Redwald of House Durandare, bid you welcome to Falcon's Nest. We're both eager to contribute to the settlement's restoration. How can we be of service? Before we speak of that, would I be correct in assuming Master Runner is unfamiliar with our recent history? With your permission, I shall recount the tale for his benefit. As you may know, Falcon's Nest was once a hamlet with a small garrison of knights and a few villagers, and then came the calamity. When it became clear the snow would not stop falling, we had no choice but to order a complete withdrawal. The settlement and the entirety of the Western Highlands were to be abandoned. Abandoned to heretics. Lady Iceheart and her kind have since walked these lands with impunity. Aye, but no longer. The Holy See has commanded the reclamation of the Western Highlands and the expulsion of the heretical elements. Falcon's Nest is key to accomplishing these objectives, but as you can see, rebuilding the hamlet will be no small undertaking. Our craftsmen require support and protection. Any assistance you can offer will be greatly appreciated. As promised, we of House Fortem are at your disposal. You need but tell us where to begin. Well, then, are we... okay. What's up? Several craftsmen in service to House Zamil are contributing to the restoration. These men and women are highly skilled at building and repairing fortifications, but their progress has been hampered by a number of factors. Roth, their foreman, tells me he has need of a man of your talents. Would you be so kind as to seek him out? Of course. Wherefore art thou? I'm here to help. I have the honor of overseeing the fine mess you see before you. Sent me over of one of those black birds, same as you, to build and mend, to tell the others how to build and mend, but, oh, Fury, take this ice. It's bloody unnatural how fast it forms. It's icicle sprites, I tell you. Mark my words, there's pockets of them here and there, just waiting for me to turn my back so they can sneak in and do their dirty work. So I need you to search the hamlet and put an end to it. Okay. I can do that. That's an interesting suggestion, Ross. Very deliberately irritating, so that certainly qualifies. Oh my gosh! Yeah, we mentioned that earlier, Cashel. They've even mentioned it a couple of times. I think like literally 3 times they've mentioned the climate change problem that happened with the Calamity. I sometimes wonder why they decided to do that. As writers, they could have done that or not done that or done anything else if they wanted to. It's just interesting that they decided to go that route with it. Don't mistake me, I like a snowy area as much as the next person, but I wonder why they decided that. Hey, daytime. There's a man, looks like he found his marks. You're just the sort we need around here. The kind that'll hop to get tasks done. Yeah, that's my job, yeah. You're a dab hand at Warcraft. I can tell. Not that I've any skill at arms to speak of, mine, but it doesn't take an expert to recognize expertise. Be of a ways to keep you myself when there's others that need help, same as me. So, if you're keen to keep on doing what you've done, ask you to head north to Pike. Huge statue, if you've never seen it. A mason by the name of is out there tending to things. Good man, but I reckon he's taken on too much work for one. Might be something you can do for him. You got it. Happy to help. You can see the zone a little bit better. Now, I will say, in terms of visual storytelling design, they've certainly gotten a lot better since ARR. No offense to ARR, but most of the zones were visually uninteresting with only a couple of exceptions. Whereas this, I mean, look at it. Bones of dragons, ruins. You can actually see the township. It's way out there. I don't know if you can actually tell, but it's there in the distance. And there's also that over there. And that over there up against the cliff face. And way over there is some other stuff we'll talk about later. Hail, traveler! Oh, you're here to help? Cool! So, kill stuff. Okay. Right. Why is that over here? Oh god, Nochlus. That sounds horrifying. What is this, Elden Ring? Of course that is. They're perfect for scrubbing the soot off of it. Beautiful, isn't it? The spitting image of Haldrath, first of the Azure Dragoons. A symbol of everything the Dravanians despise, which is why they've taken to searing it with dragonfire every time they pass by. But no longer will we suffer the desecration of our nation's hero. Soon the statue will be as it once was, a proud, shining testament to the determination of Ishgard and a message to the heretics that we have returned. The work may be hard and conditions harsh, but as a proud Ishgardian, I can ask for no greater honor. Okay. Also, if you're going back, there's a knight. She's always treated me with kindness and respect, more than I deserve, to be honest. Any road. She left a package, so can you mind giving it to her? Yeah, sure. Done. Dum-dum-de-dum. Are you in? You are in. Well, like, kind of. Hello. A package. Here you go. what a waste. What? It was a gift, adventurer. He labors day and night without regard to his own well-being. At the very least, he ought to try to eat better. Why not simply give it to him? By the fairy, have you no sense of decorum? A high-born knight cannot be seen favoring a low-born mason in such a manner. Now, they've kind of mentioned this in passing several times, but this is the first time they've actually used the words high-born and low-born. Nevertheless, I appreciate your concern, as well as your willingness to assist him. May your journey back be swift. Right. Well... Alright, typing up notes. Don't mind me. I must applaud your initiative, Master Runner. Roth tells me you've been quite busy. Alas, we've not had the time to thank you properly, a task to which I would commit all able-bodied women, even artillery included. Thanks, I guess? Calm as ever, even when you are most surely sense the gravity of the situation. A veteran through and through, just as Lord Drummond said. Good. We have lost contact with the reconnaissance party. Whether they were attacked or met with some misfortune, we know not, but regardless of the cause, we must act quickly, for this is a harsh, unforgiving land which can claim and has claimed the lives of many men. To ensure our missing knights are found as quickly as possible, I have assigned each party a different area. You'll be going and working together. Seems we have been assigned the area near Camp Rivers Meet. Lest you be unaware, the camp was one of our knights were forced to abandon when we withdrew from the Kurth's western islands. One of many sacrifices in the wake of the calamity. 'Twould not surprise me if our knights took shelter there. There's but one way to find out, however. I mean, I could fly something other than a flying mech, but as we discussed earlier, Knockloose, at this point in the story, what I should actually be doing is this. Also, actually, no, it's more like this. This is an exaggeration, but I actually can't show it off properly, so... This is kind of an approximation for what this quest would be like if I was doing it at level on a brand new character. As you might imagine, I don't feel this is a particularly worthwhile time of anybody's time, myself included, but most importantly for the sake of the stream, so... There below us, Camp Rivers Meet, or what's left of it. I see no way to descend the cliff safely. Should we follow the beast, to make short work of us. Come, I know a path to the east. What? You saw that, right? Like, what the crap? Did you see that angle? That was almost straight down. Anyways, that's just so weird. If the reconnaissance party came this way, I see no sign of it. Still, it's possible the recent storms have obscured their trail. Or they took an alternate route. Until we investigate the camp, we cannot be certain. We must press on. Oh yeah, knock loose. Let's really waste our time here. Stop, stop, stop. I was gonna say, I'm guessing what it actually did in gameplay terms was it detected where I was going to jump to, which, so is the next nearest ground behind me, which was all the way down. So it just kind of did. Whoop. I find myself wondering if I could do that as a ninja, for example. In fact, I could test that. Now that I'm thinking about it. Might be out of range, though. Oh no! Oh, sure, now I can start one-shotting things. Really? FML word. Interesting. That's true, I could test it on a red mage, too. You alright? I heard sounds of a struggle. Make the fury, I thought no one would come. The 3 heretics slain in one night saved, just like that. You certainly live up to your reputation. This wasn't a big deal. What happened here, sirs? There no one else? We were caught in a furious blizzard north of here. Not but white all around us when we saw shapes moving towards us, running towards us with naked steel in their hands. I cut down a few of the bastards who came close, but the others were shouting, screaming. But after a while, I could only hear the unfamiliar voices. I found my way to camp, hoping to hide until the storm passed. But the heretics tracked you here. Ah, my lord, the heretics' hideaway lies somewhere to the north. We must move quickly before the snow buries all traces of their passing. For my brothers, we must. Thump. Or maybe not. Maybe he's not dead. He has the right of it, but whatever remains of the Heretics' trail will be gone with the next snowfall. But we cannot leave our friend here. I will see him to the nest. You check out the Heretics. I realize that this plan may put you in considerable danger, but I see no alternative. Rest assured we will not be far behind. And Lore, thank you. Why do you have a dog? You know what? I don't... Uh-oh. We're level 52 still. I mean, that makes sense. These two quests are equal. So they're both 52 zones, 52 events. Gotcha. You know me, Noctlus. I'm always in flavor? Yeah, I'm tired. I'm always in favor of player choice. So, I know people who enjoy scaling down for areas, and I know people who prefer to just bulldoze through places. FF14 actually kind of demonstrates this in its own way, with syncing versus unsyncing. To answer you in full, I would be in favor of both. That would be a toggle. There are, after all, times when I want to do things synced, as I've done for many portions of this run. And then there's times when I don't, as I've also wanted to do for many portions of this run. I don't think I was supposed to kill that person, but whatever. It's okay. We just gotta find their base by ourselves. Which I have no real memory of where it is. We just have to look around for all kinds of places. It'll be great. We'll find it. We'll find it. It'll be great. There's a building up there. That's a good sign. Birds. Birds are like heretics, right? I mean, what do birds believe in anyways? What do you believe in? Aha! Heretic. I see heresy. It's right here. Listen, all I'm saying is that I'm an idiot. One of the reasons I'm so in favor of player choice, if I even have to explain this, is because of things like my disagreements with, oh my god, there's a bunch of people here! With Andre earlier about the ether thing, right? Or maybe my disagreements with Hazardous about Bloodborne, or my disagreements with Huthor about Warcraft, Zelda. You get the idea, right? It's obviously not always a possible thing, and in some cases it actually shouldn't be a thing, because player choice is not always a good thing. But it's why I tend to lean so heavily into player choice, because then it's up to the player to decide what they want to do, and to do it. So, you want to sink down and do the quest at level? Toggle. Chunk. You want to smash over them at level 90? Chunk. In some cases, such options are available. Not always. Hi, Iceheart. Do we know her name yet? I think we do.
Looking for me, I presume.
Oh, maybe not.
The child who glimpsed the truth.
No! It cannot be.
He cameth unto me, as didst thou, alike in gifts, yet set upon different paths.
He speaks true, warrior of light. Like you, I have been blessed with the echo. The visions terrified me at first. They came without warning. I wondered what I had done to deserve them. But I had no time to ponder such things once the calamity came. The land turned against us, and in a matter of hours, Falcon's Nest was buried under 10 fulms of ice and snow. We had no choice but to flee for Ishgard. We came to the wall, and while we searched for a way through, there was an avalanche. And then I was alone. So I set forth for Dravania. I knew full well what might happen where I found, but I could not survive on my own. I was found, of course. And not by a mere dragon, but by the great worm Hraesvelgr. And it was then that I knew why I had been given this gift. For with it I heard his voice, and saw the truth through his eyes. I was chosen to deliver this revelation to the people. To bring dragon and man together as they once were, and should ever be.
Why are you killing civilians, you moron?
It wasn't supposed to be like that. You have to believe me. It was beyond my control.
Please remember about 2 hours ago. Yes, kill them all. Blah.
Children taught to fear the skies, who saw their loved ones slaughtered. Yet the Dravanians, though they know where the fault truly lies, fell upon them with such fury.
Men die, and their children forget. But we are everlasting. To us, then is as now. Thou canst not comprehend the violation, the outrage, the fury.
I will make this right. I am neither a saint nor a savior, just another sinner. Yet I will not forsake this cause. I cannot. I will see this cycle broken and peace restored. We can do naught else, for we are now as one.
Whoa, hang on. Dinner first, lady. Although you did put out some candles. Runner, praise hello, you're alive. We came as swiftly as it could, but I see we are too late. Yeah, don't worry about it. So they were lurking in the cellar. Tis a pity Lady Iceheart escaped, raise eyebrow, but we must not let that detract from your accomplishment. We have them on the run. You have dealt our foes a telling blow this day, my friend. I shall see that your efforts recognized. Establishing an outpost in so remote a location could not have been easy. Tenacious devils. Huh. The knights have matters here well in hand. Let's return and share our news. Come, after tracking heretics across malms of ice and snow, I would say you're due a few hours next to a fire. Man, tell me about it. God, I need some freaking flames or something. There we go. Sorry, you know how that's like when a portion of your throat just starts to dry up? And I didn't want to interrupt the cutscene, but I was fighting off a coughing fit that entire time. And I was out of water. Yeah. Come on, there we go. Lord Artorial, Master Runner, full glad am I to see you both hale and healthy. What news? I see. By the Fury. Fury. I believe we have made great strides towards purging these lands of heretics. I mean to say as much when I deliver my report. I don't know if I agree with that sentence. May it serve to remind our superiors what houses Durandare and Fortem could achieve through continued cooperation. Indeed, I trust you and your knights can handle the rest. Most certainly. During your short time, you and Master Runner have accomplished far more than I thought possible. I cannot in good conscience impose upon you longer. Pray return to Ishgard with my thanks. Thank you, Baron. As always. I put that towards Kirby. Excuse me. Yeah. Damn it. Damn. This is a good time to empty out the question queue. Let's see here. Do I think that games like FF14 or FF12 circumvent the WoW effect by having an implied distance between zones, aka the Kingdom Hearts thing? They don't... I'm sorry, what is this scythe? Is that I'm pretty sure that's a scythe. Anyways, about 3 minutes, Baron. What was I saying? Doing the lack of visual continuity bothers me more than the WoW effect, you know, the MMO scale. So I suppose that would be my answer to you, Cashel. I actually prefer the WoW approach to the FF12 approach. Umbral Magma says, now that you finished ARR, what's the biggest gameplay and story problems? Ah, God, the biggest? I have no idea how to answer that question. I would say the biggest story issue is either the music direction, Minfilia, or cutscene incompetence. And all three of those are things we've already talked about how to fix. The biggest gameplay problem is the forced single-player thing, which is also a problem with all of FF14. Like, just in general. How would I fix that? I mean, there's actually a lot of ways to fix it, which we've also already talked about. Zacktef says, do you think Steve Rogers would have understood why John Walker did what he did? And do you think he'd be proud of John for foregoing vengeance to save civilians? No and yes, respectively. Umbral Magma says, where do you think the Warrior of Light would have gone if Ishgard refused? So I was actually thinking about that. I feel like there's only two places that we might have gone to, and neither of them are tempting targets. One is, you know, across the sea to Doma, which, you know, duh. The other one is Alamigo, which is also not a particularly tempting target. I don't think either of those would have gone well. Nameless Baron says, what is the most important thing for an MMO to get right, in your opinion? Core combat and transportation. The two things you'll be spending the majority of your time percentage-wise doing. Sure, Balmatrix. Right after I talk to this guy. Secrets of the Universe. There are none. I speak plain. From the first, I question your motive and your competence. Unjustly, I now realize. Rumors have a way of growing more fantastical as they spread, and quite frankly, those surrounding you beggar belief. But Honchefalt swore that all the stories were true. He championed your cause and begged Father to grant you patronage. And he duly listened, because for all his wisdom he has never been able to say no to my dear half-brother. The legacy of my father's sole indiscretion. Mother hated him, of course, even on her deathbed refused to acknowledge him. And to be honest, she was not alone in her feelings. But that's not the worst of it. At Camp Riversmeet, when we came upon the Wounded Knight, I knew immediately one of us would have to pursue the heretic alone. An onerous task fraught with danger. And there you were, savior of Eorzea, honored guest of House Photon, my new comrade in arms and Honchefat's new friend. I told myself it was to be a test, but part of me hoped that you would fail. Yet you accepted the task without a word of protest nor sign of fear, and duly tracked the enemy down, faced them alone, and lived to tell the tale. Plainly, Honchefalt had the right of it all along. That I doubted your strength bespeaks mine own weakness, but I will not doubt you again, Master Runner. You have my word. Yep, more respect. Alright, so we're going to leave that quest for right now. I have been requested to go to Hell, Mordona. So let's go do that really quick. The next quest will be to unlock Ether Currents and get a Black Chocobo. Sweet! I assume, what the hell? Okay. Hey, it's a brass blade. What's up? You! Easy now, friend. I'll not raise the alarm. I'm not fool enough to believe the rumors. That said, I can't let you pass. Orders are orders. Thanks, brass blade. I think. Yeah, I'm gonna go with thanks. We're just gonna stick with that. But that wasn't a crystal brave. You're safe. I was watching when they stormed the Rising Stones. The way your comrades were being manhandled, you would have thought they were criminals of the worst order. That ain't no way to treat the heroes who saved the realm. What the hell is going on? Don't worry about it. It's just politics. And let me teleport into Ul'dah really quick here. Hey! How was everything? In here? Yes, yeah, it's him! What's up, everyone? How are things? I'm gonna need a little direction. Ul'dah is kind of large. Like, this is not a small city. For a Crystal Brave? Anyone? Hey, Momodi, have you seen the Crystal Braves? Nope. Can't even talk to her. Alright, I've got one more place I can check out, then I'm just gonna give up and go to bed. Well, actually, I got like 5 more things of paperwork and 3 more things of work to do, but then I'll go to bed. I also need to make dinner happen, somehow. Neither, knock loose. I have a brain. Also, this is an elf, so I'd kind of be locked in via that. But still, the answer is neither. Hey, Bartholomew, can I go in to talk to the Sultan? That's... Nope. Alright, I give up. Whatever. He's in Mordona. I've received a vision. I know where I must go now. Give me a minute here. Other exit. Does it have cords? Does cords help? You're safe, thank the gods. I heard about what took place in Ul'dah, of the terrible things they say you did. It goes without saying, I don't believe a word of it. I promise to do all I can to attract any foul scions. Knowing that you managed to escape unscathed, I'm hopeful of the others' survival. Oh, thanks. Excuse me. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will go ahead and recommence Heavensward. Oh, right, I was going to update the HUD. So a lot of my thoughts so far are still in debate land. But I do think I could give a few pluses and minuses right now. We're up to 5 on the story axis, because it's already started pretty strong, and none on the negative axis. On the gameplay side, we are up to 1. That's for the Palace of the Dead. And 7 on the negative side of things. I do hope you've enjoyed. As always, I will see, hopefully, most of you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.